There you go. Awesome sauce. Oh, there's updates. And my headset is tangled up in shit. What's the updates? Hey Nerdbog, how are you? C# expert, guru. Need to give your role in Discord called C# guru. Let me know if you need any volumes changed, music up, down. Just doing some C#. Yeah, it's... I have a fly that's irritating me right now. Yeah. Well, it's actually not bad. Why the fuck? I need to kill that fly. It's actually not that bad, but web scraping or scraping with C# is really bad compared to Python. But other than that, it's actually not that bad. It's just bad documentation. And it's not Microsoft faults, it's third-party documentation. HTML, Agile, or what the fuck it's called, it's not really well documented. So it's a lot of trial and error and Stack Overflow and see what people have done and stuff like that. But it's working. I got it to work today at work. So, also it takes a lot of lines of code to do nothing. And I don't like that if you want to do like WinForms or UWP and all of that stuff, you need to use Virtual Studio Code. You can't. It's barely. You can barely not make any GUI applications without it. It's industrial electrical components information. So wait, EANUPC, I think it is, numbers, serial number, and country of origin and stuff like that. So it's really basics. Right now we're doing it for Siemens, and I need to do it for ABB Electronics, Dandy Electronics. There's a couple of brands I need to figure out how to do it on also. Happy Friday. I thought you said birthday. Hey Becky, how are you? Oh, and with the new update to Chrome, I can now do these things here also. Yay, I can do bubbly things. I can bubble things. Streaming under YouTube is becoming better and better and better and better. But they are slow with implementing stuff. Hey Spin, how are you, man? And with the stunt that Twitch just pulled with the whole revenue thing, and I think Twitch is dying a slow death, man. It won't be long before people got fed up with the predatory behavior on Twitch, because they're pushing their content creators away. It's not fun. Have I not said, oh, I think this is a fresh install? Have I not set up extensions? Oh my god, are people arguing outside again? We had a couple yesterday, like young kids, they're like, hey, Necromancer King, they were like 18, 20 years old, they were like yelling and screaming at each other outside. Like, just go fucking, like, grow the fuck up, man. Yeah, this is just Ubuntu. Just plain old Ubuntu. Yeah, I don't think I've set this up yet because I installed... When I upgraded my computer, I just installed Ubuntu. Because I'm not using VMware right now. I may go back to VMware Fusion, but... Yeah. Crap. Is this because it's a fucking... Yeah, it's just good old plain Ubuntu. I think it's because it's a snap package. It's acting up. Yeah, let's get Chrome. Why the fuck? Okay. Come to daddy. There you go. Software. Oh, this is new. Software installer. Open that one up. Did it? Oh, Darkstar. I did remember it. Install. Go away. Go away. Go away. Way. Let's do that. There you are, Chrome. Oh, I need to do this keyring thingy. Let's... Why can't I pin it? Oh, it's the wrong window. There you go. There you go. And... resize. Why can't I... Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, God. No, come on, dude. Oh, I already miss Windows. Come on. Why? Whoa. Why not Debian 12? I don't know. I should install it and try it out. I definitely should install and try it out. Let's do the CD thingy here. No thanks. There you go. But I'm probably just going to install OpenSUSE Tumbleweed in a live stream like next week or next week again, then just run that. I love Tumbleweed. I always have Tumbleweed and Ubuntu running. No extension. I accept. Change to Inkless. Go up here. Let's do the installation. Add to Chrome. Add extension. Boink. Okay, now we need to do this documentation shit here. So, where's Ubuntu? We need to do this one here, I think. The following package will be installed. I don't know why they don't have this by default. Almost everyone is going to install it anyway. And let's see if it's worky. Hey, it's worky. Okay, so let's abuse some user themes, and then I just need the arc menu. That's all this sucker wants. Installation. There you go, buddy. I am a happy camper now. Let's delete that one or close it. Arc menu settings, and let's see if I can remember how to do this. Is it menu layout? Is it modern layout? I like the Chrome thingy. Chromebook one here. I actually prefer Chrome over Firefox. Firefox, like... I'm going to piss off all open source community members right now, but Firefox is, or Mozilla, the company behind Firefox, is a atrocious company. Like, if they could get away with it, they wanted to censor political debate because they were pro one party over another. So they wanted to censor the opposition. They want to basically use and abuse and take, and they're basically just Microsoft disguised in quote open source company mentality. They don't give a fuck about their users. At least Chrome pretends to give up. So here's how I look at it. Okay, you're getting fucked over by Chrome, but at least they're giving you a nice dinner and a good boy pat on the back. Mozilla is fucking you over and be like, hey, we're still good friends, right? I'm still your buddy. I know your asshole is really fucking sore right now, but I'm still your fucking friend. You know, that's I hate that with Mozilla. Yeah, I hear a lot of people talking really good about Debian 12. You can't. I do that all the time. You just use middle mouse button. You can't even open a bookmark in a new tab without using control right shift. Just use middle mouse button. Middle mouse button. Ding, 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 ding. New tabs, new tabs, new tabs. Turn on. Let's see, let me better close all of this shit before I crash the system. Like, to be honest, I use Firefox, Chrome, and Edge. And I use them all the time, daily. Both at work and at home. And there's not much difference between them. There's like most of it is just how you personally preference on how you like, you know, to the aesthetic, how you some of the settings are set up. Like Edge is kind of becoming Vivaldi, where you're getting so many features that it's almost ridiculous. And Chrome and Firefox, it's just a difference of layout. When I click a bookmark that's pinned on bookmark bar, yeah, I just did that. Yeah, of course it does. Every browser do this. If I right click, it opens it in the current tab. It has done that for every browser. Have done that forever. Or you can right click on it, and you can open a new tab, or you can middle mouse button on it, and it also opens a new tab. This is standard, what you call it, browser thingy. You hate that, then turn it off in settings. You know, go into settings and I think it's key. Don't they have like a key manager? I can't fucking remember it, but you can Google how to do that. And every browser does that shit. But then it's a you problem and not a browser problem. Accept all. Doink, doink. There was one. Well, I might as well just set this up as I normally would. Let's go in here, go into preferences. There you go. Can I move that one? No, I can't. So now this fucking this thing here is in the way of text, which really fucking aggravates me. So if I do, nope, it's still away from. It's still hovering over text. It's still covering up text. Fuck you. Can I ah, damn it. Can I not get rid of that? Yeah, done, but some people just want to be different. Smooth scrolling. Is that like the Mac way of scrolling, or what do you mean by smooth scrolling? To use that one, I want to use... This one is cool. And... give it a little bit of transparency. There you go. There you go. And then we want to do sudo snap install code basic. I think that's how you do it. Yeah. You use the tarball, by the way. Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know. You're a Linux user, you are smart, you're a computer user, figure it out. Is that not what the Linux users are saying that they are? They are smart people? It should not be an issue then. What else do I need? I don't think I want to set .NET. What Python do we have here? Oh, I need to do Python 3. Crap. Oh. No, I did spell it right. Okay, we do have the latest. You think as a prick? Well, Google. Linux users are smart. Smart. Yeah, gotcha. Let's use that one. Mark orders done. Bob's your uncle. We have everything we need here. It is snappy though. What kind of or do we still have this fucking... Oh, there's a Firefox update. Look how big browsers are nowadays, almost 300 megabytes. Almost like a fucking operating system on wheels. Let's go in here. Let's go... Where the fuck do I search here? I want some form of wallpaper manager. Variety? It's kind of like the go-to color wall. There's some formatting here that's wrong. I never used this one. I don't think I have anyway. I think this is the one you need to sign into. No, fuck that. Let's just do a variety. Install. Put in the good old password. By the way, Nerdborg, I can't speak today. What are you coding? With your good old C#. Let's go in here and do loink. Yeah. And if you don't have internet access, if you don't agree to them taking telemetry, you can't use the app. Linux people, where is the outrage? Let's do this, and I don't want to use Flickr, I don't want to use that, I don't want to use that, I don't want to use that. Bing, they kind of have some good wallpapers. Ooh, let's do the turtle here. Let's just use Bing. Chrome has never been consistent. Sadly enough. Let's change wallpaper every 60 minutes. Actually, I can do hour instead, so I can just do 1. Close it. Close it. Never had the little turtle. Look at how I don't know if it's a girl or boy, but how happy it seems to be. What happened in here? Clear that shit out. What else do I want? Oh, I could set up Virtual Studio Code with Python and everything you need. So into Dash, let's go into extensions. Let's look up Python. Let's get this one here. I'm just setting up a new Ubuntu install. You hate rounded corners. I kind of like rounded corners. I kind of like them. Python C++, I should look into that one day. I kind of like C++ a little bit. Let's close that down, and of course I want to do apt-get install htop. There you go. Do we have htop now? Yes, we do. Awesome sauce. I think also that's done in Python, if I'm not mistaken. We can actually look that up. htop git. Oh, it's done in C. Yeah, it's UI design in a nutshell. They never been, not even Mac is consistent with the theming their shit. They're the most consistent, but they're still not 100% consistent. Sadly enough. Like just imagine if you have to change, you know, all programs, all fundamental programs in an operating system to the new design language. We are talking thousands of programs, and some of them may only be used by nerds and geeks and may only be used like 1 or 2 times a year. So why spend money on updating a new UI library or updating the UI that then could implement bugs and instability when the old one is working, and almost nobody's going to interact with it anyway. Oh no, KDE still have inconsistencies all over the place. The worst one is XFCE. Like, if you really want to see inconsistency, go use XFCE. They are all over the fucking place. Latest LTS game in so many errors. Yeah, I don't like using LTS releases. I mean, I use them when they come out, but then I upgrade to the next, the next release after that. I don't stay on LTS. I would stay on LTS for a work machine, and then only do work-related stuff on it. You know, don't have all of the fluff that us desktop users have on it, like Spotify and all of that fucking shit. And keep it as bare minimum as possible, because then you have a bigger chance of having a successful install. Like, sometimes I love coming to work. I use Windows 11 at work, and just because it only has the tools I need to do my job, nothing more. It's kinda refreshing to go to work and then open up a Windows install that's really bare bone and only have what I need. and then come home where I have games and, editing software and porn software and downloaders here and there and 2 or 3 different browsers, and it's just a big massive mess. And I kind of like that when I go to work, it's like, this is what it is. No fucking junk is allowed here. Yeah, KDE Neon is actually a good release. Yeah, they tend to do good work with KDE Neon. I saw that MX Linux just had a beta running out. Yeah, released a beta. This guy that makes this one here is in my Discord. This really irritates me with this fucking thing here. There was a new update, but I can't read the next thing because of that fucking... Can I not get this away? Froze. Okay, now I can see it. I need this to go away. It needs to check. It needs to get, like, this is not good. Engage with your audience. That's not what I want. Is it in here, maybe? But there's this little emoji thing down in the left corner of the chat, and it's covering over the text. And I don't know if I can move it. The derivatives need to work more. No, it's such a huge... Yeah, they won't. They won't. They won't. They just won't. Oh god, this is really bogging the living shit out of me. So it's trying to intelligent wrap the words around it. But it's not doing a good job of it. So if I do this... You guys can't see that, but I'm messing with my pop-up chat. Is it better TV settings? No, I don't want to do that. Enable a more advanced emote. So yeah, I think YouTube live chat emote pop-up. Or is it live reaction? Yeah, so fucking hell, I don't want to do that. I want to do open image and there you go. So right here there is a heart, and if you click that heart, some option comes up where you can do these kind of things here. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's covering up the text. So if it is here, it's covering up these kind of text. Installing Wine on KDE Neon is a nightmare. Why would you install Wine on a Linux machine? Come on, dude. Why would you? Yeah, it's this one here. This one here. This one here, and it's covering up the text. I don't have a problem with Manjaro. F in chat means fail. I don't want to do an element blogger. Okay, so we cannot move it. Unless doing like element bloggers and shit like that. Yeah, but it's this fucking thing here, man. This thing here. And it's covering up, so good evening here, it would be covering up like Eve, or sorry, not Eve, but Ning will it be covering up. But I hope they will fix it. Yeah, go have fun, Johan. Maybe they will fix it with time. Yeah, I don't... So here's the thing with Manjaro. If you're not using the AUR, you will probably have a better experience. If you started to use the AUR and use a lot of AUR, you could potentially get into issues. Like, I had to download a program from the AUR. Oh god, sorry. I need to stop drinking soda. I had to download a program, and it downloaded as a dependency the whole Go language development suite. Because I was under Manjaro. And under Arch, it did not do it. Because some with the version conflictions and the dependencies and all that fucking, like... The mess, like, oh my god, I'm going to rant like a motherfucker now. The AUR and Arts is such a fucking mess. Oh man, Manjaro for that. Like, anything Arts is just a mess. It's done in a way where they think, haha, we are smart, and the only way to get a proper good experience on Arts is running vanilla Arts. And then maybe stay away from the AUR, but if you are going to use the AUR, run the AUR on Arch. If you're going to run Manjaro or anything else, go find some third-party AUR repositories where they already have compiled the packages for you. So, repos. And you can find them... unofficial user repositories here, and you can find them in here. So one that's really good, Antidote AUR is good. Go find the ones that you want in here, and don't use the C# code in Ubuntu. That would probably be fun. You know. Yeah, the packages and arts are uploaded. Yeah. So every time I ran anything other than native arts, I always used these repositories here. Yeah, I think this one here is also good. And you can look at the maintainer here and see if they are certified or validated maintainer. And if they are validated maintainers, you should be okay because they know what they are doing. Artstrike, where the fuck is the Andionti? Oh, we can't see that here. But this one here is really good. This one here is also good. Hey, Cody. I think we can install .NET via our... Let's try and make a... let's try and install .NET. I'm not that fussed with Next or Nix. .NET. Do we have here? Warning! Okay. Let's do this one then. 2304. Is that the one I'm on right now? It must be. Okay, so we need to install these two here. Oh, I thought I was under Windows for a second there. Okay, and then do this one. Where are we in the world? Let's go into documents. Let's make test. Then we should just do .NET new console. So if we do .NET 1. It seems to be working. Yeah, it seems to be working. We do Nano. Program CS. Yeah, it is working. Your 1 month of Mac OS. How are you liking it so far? Oh my god, peeps! I forgot it. I'm using the most complicated text editor, terminal text editor in the world, according to what is it? What the fuck is he called? Linux what? That choppy dude. What's the channel name? The Linux. You know the guy that bitched and moaned about that Nano was the most complicated text editor in the world. The fuck was the channel name? The Linux Cast. Yeah. I totally forgot that I'm exposing you guys and girls to the most complicated thing. Yeah, exactly. Matt from the Linux Cast. Yeah, I'm really sorry that I'm exposing you all to this complicated piece of software. I'm now going to exit it by holding down Control and X, by the way. I'm sorry it's that complicated. I'm really sorry that I had to do like a lengthy command sequence to just exit a text editor a la Emac and Vim. Yeah, I'm really sorry that I used this program on you all. Please forgive me, don't hate me for being a hardcore Linux nerd and exposing you to get good mentality under Linux. I'm really sorry. Next time I'll do Emac or Vim or... Heck, let's do it in machine code. Let's open up a text file in machine code because it's probably way easier and more convenient than doing it in Nano. So I hope you can all forgive me. Let's have peace in the world and get something to drink, get a beer, get something else in your body. My mistake. I'm really sorry. Yeah. I hope I'm forgiven. I hope everything is good in the world. But you can't do... Or what are they called? We have different UI. So we can do Vin UI. So we have WinForm. Right? We have WinForms. And then we have, they change the fucking UI design all the time. So we have WinForms, and then we have VPF and UVP. And the latest one is called WinUI. That's the one I'm using right now. WinUI. That's just in the last 20 years they have changed the UI design language for Windows. So Windows Presentation Foundation was done... No, that's not the one. WinForms was done in XP. When XP came out. That was when they did WinForm. And then they did Windows Presentation Foundation in 2006. And then they did Universal Windows Platform with Windows 8. Or Windows 10, sorry. And now they are doing my WinUI. So this is the latest one that they are doing, WinUI 3. I kind of like WinUI 3. It's done with XAML, so it's kind of easy to set up and stuff like that. WinForm is by far... WinForm reminds me a lot like GTK and stuff like that. When you're coding for WinForm. But they would get like a traditional Microsoft, look and feel, depending on what... It basically just look like a native Windows application. And... VPF should be a universal one, or not totally. This is also a native language. Universal Windows Platform is kind of sandboxing, so it has some limitation with accessing the file system and stuff like that underneath it. But it's meant to basically be, one-stop shop for everything. Mobile, server, holding stuff like WinUI is combining everything into one. So you can both sandbox it and you can do all these kind of things. I spent a week learning C#. This week was my C# week. So I've been watching and reading a shit ton up on C#. And I still don't have any idea what the fuck I'm doing, but I managed to do something. Yeah. VE dev. What's VE dev, Nerdbug? Or Windows? Do you mean Windows dev or? Yeah. Go get something to drink, Don. I'm so used to the weather in Dubai that I don't care. Yeah, I don't... ASP.NET Core. Yeah. I start to not complain, but 25 degrees centigrade is like where I'm like... Yeah. It's like... It's kind of hot. 28 to 30, I'm starting to become... Maybe I should not go out and work out, or I will do it anyway, but, it starts to become a little bit uncomfortable. 30 plus is where I will start to kind of bitch a little bit. But I normally don't bitch about hot weather, because we don't get it so much here in Denmark, so... I'd rather be sweating my ass off than being cold. I hate being cold, even though you can just take more clothes on, but... When it's cold, it's normally dark outside, there's no life outside, it's there's nothing to see, it's all just weather with fucking stuff, there's no life outside. So I love the heat, because heat brings life to the environment. We desperately need rain, by the way, but yeah, I think, I'm not sure, but I think if we don't get rain in the next couple of weeks, we will probably get into like a drought here in Denmark. I won't be enjoying. You have to remember, Superior Bacon. I'm living in a country where when we have 25 degree, we had a humidity over 90. So 25 for us in a desert environment would be the same as close to 35 or something like that, or 33, or 30, yeah, 10 degree plus, because we get that sauna, humidity heat here in Denmark, where you feel trapped in. That's what I don't like about it, is that you feel trapped in. That's what people are bitching and moaning about here in Denmark with the heat. It's not the heat, it's the humidity, because it's the same in Norway, yeah. Because when you go outside, you feel like you're getting into a steam room, basically. So it's not a comfortable heat. It's like a moist, crazy heat. But it's good for your skin. We don't have a lot of dry skin, but you just feel like you're walking around in a like a heavy mist of hotness. Where if you go into like a desert environment where it's a really dry heat, you can tolerate way more heat. Yeah, you should get some more moisturizer on your skin, man. Like, I get dry heat in the winter because we still have humidity, but we don't have heat. So I tend to sometimes put cream on my face. I find like a big black dude with a massive cock, and then I just let him ejaculate all over my face, and then I use that as skincare. It's a joke, of course. No. I get some Nivea cream or something like that, and then just use that once in a while. I don't use it that much. I use it when I feel like my skin is getting way too dry. Because you also have to be careful of using too much chemicals on your skin and stuff like that. It's not that healthy for you. But if you are suffering with dry skin, it's a good idea to do it anyway, because it can give you cracks and stuff like that. It can be uncomfortable for you. For insurance industry, for Sweden mostly, damn Swedish people. Yeah, chemicals are not good for Earth. No, that's that's true. Yeah, go do your thing, Lamer. I need to learn how to theme my shit to look like this here. Because it definitely don't do it right now or on the application I'm making. Oh god. Windows adds Majestics. Yeah, accept. Oh, it's probably because they have shadow underneath it. I need to do shadow. Horizontal line left, blah 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 blah. Yeah, here they are not. This one has a little bit of I should read this one here. Managing Windows display. I should actually read this one. I have it dark right now. Yeah, I need to bookmark this one here. Dune. I will say that Microsoft, like with their whole .NET thingy and all of that, they actually are doing a really good job with integrating it into Windows and stuff like that. I just don't like that they're kind of forcing you to use Virtual Studio, especially for UI design. You can use Virtual Studio Code, but it's really finicky. But if you're doing console apps like this one here, it's not that you can definitely use Virtual Studio Code for console apps, but if you go over to the more advanced shit, you should be using Virtual Studio. And the thing is, Virtual Studio only works on the Windows. Where .NET Framework you can use on all platforms, so it's a little bit like, why don't they allow people to use their UI elements on all platforms also? Makes me a little bit weird to think about, but I guess that's because most people on Linux will probably just do back-end stuff for console applications anyway, so it don't really matter for them. I guess that it's so little concern for the UI that... Yeah, I don't know. I'm just a stupid idiot. It's actually fun to think about because this year I learned 2 programming languages and web scraping under Python and C++ in 5 months. I've been a busy boy. and I'm becoming more efficient with Python because I've used that a lot also. So I'm becoming more efficient with Python, learning 2 programming languages, learning 2 different UI languages, so tkinter and WinUI, and web scraping on the 2 development platforms. That's no wonder I'm tired sometimes at night. Yeah, and they say like I'm 40 years old, and they say if you're 40 years old you can't do new shit. You're too old to do new shit. Just take that, you bitches. I had someone do the most amazing HiQ comment ever on one of my videos. Are you not 40? And you say you're a gamer. Are you not too old for that? I was like, you do know that most games that are being developed by people that are 40 plus years old. So by that nature, you should not be able to, you should not play any games because they're all done by old, outdated mastodons, you know. It's rarely you see a really successful, or you see a game being developed by a whippersnapper that's like 16, 18 years old, 20 years old, because they are just learning it at that point. People tend to forget with coding is that it takes like 2 or 3 years to learn the basics if you not already have like a programming language under your belt. But then it takes like 2, 3, 4, 5 years of experience before you are like really good with it, to the degree that you can build like the next Call of Duty, you can build like an operating system, and so on and so on. To get to that point, you need to have like years of experience behind you. And before you have that, you're like in your mid-30s, man. Education, work experience, you know, and stuff like that. You're like close to your mid-late 30s before you're done with that. But it's funny to see that people think that they are 20 and then they can figure everything out. And they know everything. Because I know how to do print hello world in a programming language, so now I know everything. Oh, sorry, I botched my microphone there. That may well work in a game. Like if you, like gaming is kind of easy to get into, you know. There's not like a high. Some games are really complicated, but playing a game is not really that difficult. You can always just lower the fucking difficulty if it's too hard for you. But do stuff like this, like you won't find many 16-year-old or 25-year-old that can build a Chromium or Chrome browser from scratch, making their own APIs, backends, front ends, rendering engines, scripting engines, and blah 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 blah. And Minecraft PvP is very hard. And now we're talking, you know, anything PvP can be hard because you're playing against other people. So you're playing against, intelligent beings versus emulated intelligent. And that means that you're being tested, reflex, response time and all that comes into play also. Which do decrease with age, of course. That's not yell and scream about it here. It's there's a lot of fucking new releases coming when Windows Debian 10 came out, 12 came out. So we got Debian 12. Nope, I do not want to download it. I can't remember that one. Antics, Bluestar, Voyager. That's because of Debian 12. Makulu, Quanspang ++. Ooh, PraOS. Regetta, Alpine, Smart, Neon, Sparky, Layer. This chat is more dead than dead, yeah, but it's Friday and people are working nowadays. It will pick up like in an hour or so. You have to remember, I live in Scandinavia. And what is the time right now? It's 5. And most of my audience is from the state. So, if we do world time, do a world clock, I agree. So, like in New York, it's like 11 o'clock, they're still at work. Tokyo, it's about 12 midnight. Dallas, it's just morning. Denver, it's just morning. Where do we have like the East Coast, like Los Angeles? Here, it's really early morning. And if you look at my demographic, I have like 80 or 90% Americans. So, yeah. It normally picks up about 7 o'clock my time. Hey, welcome back, Laban. So like in an hour or two, people start to dribble in. When we get to like 8 o'clock, that's kind of where, people from New York, the north, south, the east coast of the state starts to get home from work. You're from the Middle East, so let's say, what is a town near you, or a town from the Middle East? Dubai, where the fuck is that? Here. So yeah, you're a little bit ahead of me in Dubai. But I don't have a lot of Middle East. Actually, I don't even think the Middle East is representative in my statistics. You're 1 hour ahead. Yeah. So most of my statistics is Denmark, Germany, some a small European, Denmark, Germany, UK, and America, where America is the biggest one. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's morning over there. Yeah. But had I streamed on a Saturday, more people would have been coming in at this time here, because they are off work and whatnot. But we have to remember that most of my audience, like the vast majority of my audience, they're at work right now. The GST time is normal for Dubai. Yeah. Let's look at the distributions. Debian, forget about that one. Forget about that one. Bluestar, that's from Germany. That's the oh, is that not the that's security? Oh no. Yeah, I accept. With the understand that people want and need a solid operating system, then you should not be using art. We have heard Debian like a million times. We have heard Debian like a million. Yeah, everyone is into Debian. They really, really like Debian. Oh, you work evening? Yeah, I get that, Lamer. Yeah. Honestly, when I upgraded when I got this new computer and I installed it or I built it and installed Windows and stuff like that, I actually had like 3 or 4 days where I didn't get into Linux. I didn't even install Linux in a VM. And it was actually kind of nice. It was actually kind of nice to be outside of the Linux world. I didn't miss it, which I thought I would, but I didn't miss it. Oh yeah, this is like the Brazilian localized version of Ubuntu. Oh, this is based on OpenSUSE. I think everyone was talking about this one not long ago. Debian will not make the installer better. Debian is like Arch Linux. They are set in their way. It is what it is. What the fuck is premium? Oh god. Okay. So they want money for premium support. Alpine I've heard about. SmartOS. Neon. Sparky Linux. Like Sparky Linux is like, if I should be running pure Debian, I would be running Sparky Linux. Sparky is amazing because it has a little bit of additions to vanilla Debian, where you can go in and get better kernels and stuff like that, or newer kernels really easy and convenient, and newer software really easy and convenient. So if I should be running native Debian, I would be running this one here. Just Google third party AUR repos, and then you will get a link to it. I'm not your AI robot. Leia, I don't think I've heard about. No, that's kind of new. Leia is an Arch Linux-based rolling release distribution. The project used the Calamari system installed to set up distributed software. Uses the Cinnamon desktop environment. Blah 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 blah. So it's based. It's whatever. Nope, I'm not a Danish AI. I sometimes wish was, man. I do have a dream. I always, like, my dream as a kid was to become a robot. I wanted to be a robot or an AI. That was my biggest dream as a kid. To become a kid. Not to become a kid, but to become a robot or an AI. I don't know why the fuck that was my biggest dream on Earth, but yeah. Ken GPT, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why the fuck I was thinking like that. Like, is OpenBox still dead? Oh, dudes, dudettes, don't use OpenBox. It has not have active, like, the 9 years since it had anything done to the code. Like 9 years. Gods know how many fucking backdoors and shit that's gone up here. Security. Projects. Pull requests. Yeah, don't fucking use OpenBox. No, LXQT use it does it. Yeah, it does. No, it uses KVM or VN. Oh, DistroTube. Yeah, don't. Yeah, just the name that should not be spoken in public. He's like Beetlejuice. What is it if you say Beetlejuice 3 times or something like that? He comes out. That's the same with DistroTube. It's yeah, he's just. Yeah, LXDE uses OpenBox, but LXQT can also use OpenBox elements. It kind of depends on how they are set it up, to be honest. Yeah, OpenBox used to be okay because it was built in a time where we didn't have many good choices. Then Fluxbox was really good also. I used to run Fluxbox a lot. This was my go-to back in the day, Fluxbox. I loved Fluxbox. But yeah. I do like KDE with the Nordic look. That's actually a really good combination, to be honest. But yeah, Fluxbox was kind of my jam for a long time. With like Citpanel or what the fuck it was called and stuff like that. But yeah, it's like realistically, you have Cinnamon, KDE, XFCE, and GNOME. Like that's the Mate can be debated. Maybe Mate. You know, Mate put that in there also. So that's 5 desktop that's kind of valid on the Linux systems. That's like the 5 desktops that 99% of all Linux users use. Yeah, i3 and so a lot of that. So i3 Windows managers is kind of a little bit like those keyboard nerds. They you know. The ones that are building their own keyboards and looping the switches and looking for the thug and all of that fucking shit, you know. It's a really niche thing to get into, and GNOME's the Windows of Linux. Nah, KDE will be the Windows of Linux. I would say KDE is the Windows of Linux. GNOME is the Mac of Linux. GNOME is the Mac of Linux. And also the way that they're doing their development, anti-consumer, anti-user, it just yells way more Mac mentality than Windows mentality. Hey, Windows is getting Copilot into Windows now. That's the built on ChatGPT. So we are getting a more comprehensive AI built into Windows now. Linux, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Yeah, but people get. It's this, you know, it's the same mentality why some people buy a car, lowering it, putting LEDs under it, you know, and flashy paint and big alloy wheels and big stereos. And I used to be one of those people, by the way. That's just the nerd version of those. Like the i3 and Tiling Windows Manager people are the nerd version of the people that are running around in a Honda Civic that's lowered with a big stereo on it and all that fucking shit. That's it's their flexing. It's them flexing, basically. It's their flex. Because they don't have anything else to flex with, I guess. I don't know. And if you're coding 24/7, like, yeah, I could probably see a use case for it. But let's be honest, most people that are running Linux are not coders. You know, or let me put it this way, most desktop users are not coders. Like, how many coders do we have in here? Like, professional coders that are coding. Let me put it this way. How many people in here are coding more than 6 hours, 5 days a week. That's 1. I know Nerdbox, so we have 2. But yeah, at work that still counts. That still counts. You are still a coder. Yeah, Nerdbox. Yeah. My good Romanian C# guru. Most Linux users don't really code. At least desktop users. Professional Linux users, they probably do a little bit of coding. Yeah, it's this whole conception or notion that every Linux user is like, you know, a fucking massive nerd with, you know, years of coding and computer experience and blah, 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 blah. That used to be the case in the 90s and early 2000s. When Ubuntu came around and made, and for that matter, OpenSUSE and Mandrake back in the day, that made Linux accessible, massively more accessible for the common folk. That meant that you don't need to be a smart person or understand anything about computers to run Linux anymore. And when the Linux kernel can run more, or could run more and more modern hardware without you having to fiddle and diddle with it, it got taken over by average people. And there's nothing wrong with that, but they just regard themselves as being massively fucking smart. A good example again here is DistroTube. DistroTube is a beneath average Linux user. His understanding and knowledge about Linux is about average. I've talked to people that have used Linux for 6 months that already know more than he does. But he thinks he's this like big shot guy because he's running Linux. Because that's what he's being told, that if you run Linux, you are this big, you know, massive ding-dong guy. You know, you are the alpha guru nerd, blah, blah, blah. No, Linux is no more or less accessible than Windows is. It's just running Linux that is a hassle. Keeping running Linux is a hassle. Using the things you want to use with Linux is a hassle. Getting Linux and installing it and getting it up and running is no more difficult. It's actually easier than fucking installing Windows and Mac OS. But then all the limitations you have to live with Linux. That's the issue with Linux. It's all of the limitations. That's the issue. And those limitations are not coding limitations that you can fix. Well, you can fix it if you know how to fix, but it's not, you know, where, oh my god, I need to go in and tweak this line of code and then it's working. No, it's a massive amount of limitations. You know. Yeah, it's yeah. If you use Linux, you can get any IT job in a second. That's a plain old lie. I'm a developer for Roblox Studios. Really? I didn't know that. And seeing Roblox blocking Vine support. Oh, are they? I did not know that. I did not know that. Yeah, that's kind of sad, yeah. But yeah, honestly, I did not know that. I did not know that they did that. Oh, this is kind of cool. Yeah. DistroTube is I want to feel special kind of guy. It's in his nature. You can feel it by the way that he talks and the way he acts. He wants to be special. And peace be with that, you know, like, I think we all want to be special in some way. Sorry. By the way, I'm kind of sick-ish. We had a lot of sickness at my work. And the last week or so, I've been a little bit on, like, I'm not totally sick, but I can feel like, you know, my throat is a little bit sore, and I'm a little, you know, my energy is not as it should be. So I'm definitely dealing with some form of like small virus in my body or something like that I picked up by all the amazing girls at work. Wink, 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 wink. The guys, they didn't give it. It's all the girls because they were so fucking amazing. They infected me with a virus. But it's so yeah, that's why I'm a little bit like weird today. I feel like you know the feeling where you're not like you're not totally sick, but you can just feel that your body's still battling something inside, you know, some form of sickness. But you're not like so sick that you need to be home, or you are feeling like you are massively sick, but you can still feel that your body is battling something. I do take supplements. I take multivitamins, fish oil, D-vitamin. I bunked up C-vitamin the last month because I could feel that there was a lot of sickness around me. So I'm taking extra C-vitamins. And I just got new protein powder and shit like that. And with that, I got like 2 months free vitamin supplements. So I have gummy bears with vitamin in it right now. And one of them is calc, and the other one is it's an immune support. That's vitamin D, C, and zinc. And then I got a C vitamin boost. What's the other one I got? Oh, that's it. So calcium, D and C and zinc, and collagen. I got those in gummy bear form because they were expired. So they gave them away for free because they succeeded last sales date. The thing with supplements is that they don't turn bad. They just lose their effectiveness after the last expired date. At least things with sugar like gummy bears and stuff like that, and pills. Protein powder will turn bad, but it takes years before it turns bad. What they do is that they lose their effectiveness. So the last shelf date with supplements is just the last date that they can guarantee that the effectiveness is 100% of what they're promising. So it will not be, you don't get sick of taking a multivitamin that's over last sales date. It's just that you don't get the same effect out of it. So let's say if there's 100 milligram of B12 in it, you may only get, 90 or 95 or something like that. But yeah, so I got a shit ton of free vitamins with my protein. I want to start doing protein shakes again because I need to lose some weight, and it's a good way of controlling weight by controlling hunger that way. Yeah, they created a forum to discuss for that. Oh, that's bad, Superior Bacon. Jupiter Podcasting and Inside the Dark is some of the more respectable, relatable podcasts. I don't like Jupiter Podcasting. I used to watch Jupiter Podcasting when they started out in the 2000s. And the guy running it, I don't like him. Linux After Dark, I don't think I've watched much stuff, so I can't really talk about that. Maybe you should become the Mac version of DT. That's your job, Lamer. You're the Mac cult. Mental Outlaw versus DT. Who is more cringe? Oh my god, that could be a really good fucking debate. I think they're equally fucking mental in the head, man. I used to be a supplement fucking nerd. I used to be a DT is the year of the Linux desktop kind of, yeah, but when I was like really into fitness, like in my 20s, early 30s, I tried almost any fucking supplement you can think of, like testosterone like legal testosterone boosters, energy pills, all kind of fucking BCAAs, EAAs or ECAAs, what the fuck they're called, herb medicine and all kind. I was really into the health back in the day, before I got massively fat. I was choppy back then, but now I'm just a fat motherfucker. I like, when or if I reach 4,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a live stream where it's basically a show or tell, my life or what the fuck you will call it. So I will make a map of pictures from all through my life, and we can sit and look at them on a live stream. And that live stream will be public all the time. It's not going to be a members only when I'm done streaming. It would kind of like be my life in pictures or something like that. And we can look at see if I can find some Barbie pictures and stuff like that of me, and some youth pictures of me, and pictures where I don't have family in it and stuff like that. And we can sit and have a look at pictures and get like a story, like a little story out of telling stories about the pictures and stuff. Just a little chill, relaxed stream. No, Mental Outlaw has stepped back with his Linux content, but he used to post a lot of Linux content. He used to be really, really massively into Linux. I thought about starting an OnlyFans, but that OnlyFans would only be me taking pictures of computer hardware. So the sexiness was computer hardware. So that could be like taking a picture of a mouse or a graphic card or a cooler or a fan, a case, a keyboard, that I think that could be fun. When you don't have any fans, the ventilator, that is. I actually I do have a lot of fans. I have a whole drawer full of computer case fans, because I'm not good at throwing those things out. I have a lot of computer components laying around, like a lot. Yeah, can computer BDSM? Yeah. So it could be like maybe I should do that. Buy like a whip, like a horse. Voice, come back. Buy a horse whip or something like that, and then take pictures with the whip and the computer components. And just let the D out. Yeah. But I've actually thought about that, because I think it could be a fun thing to do. Have an OnlyFans for like sexy, call it sexy hardware or something like that. Yeah, have like a bottle of lube in the background and stuff like that. Hashtag horny for hardware. Yeah, that could be a good idea. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, that could be a good idea. I need to experiment a little bit with the. I need to buy some. Fuck it, it's OnlyFans. I can actually buy a fucking dildo. Like, it's allowed to have dildos and shit like that. So I can have like a keyboard and then a dildo over on top of it or beside it. Yeah, now everyone, now tomorrow there will be like 5,000 fucking accounts doing that. Luckily enough, nobody watches my live stream, so. Yeah, a keyboard wearing a yeah, that could be a good idea, yeah. Keyboard dildo, yeah. And then if it's really takes off, I can like hire a really sexy model to like having, components on her titties and stuff like that. Take pictures of cleavage and then put like a keyboard on top of it or stuff like that. Or she's spreading her leg and then a fan is leaning to up her pussy, or you're getting like a cooler in front of her pussy and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it could work, yeah. I because I do have an OnlyFans account. Because one of my old streaming buddies, she made an OnlyFans account, and I made it just to be, one of her first followers in there. You can do that instead of her. I need to try that out. I think I will do that. look into it over the weekend. And call it sexy hardware, yeah. Can you advertise your OnlyFans on YouTube? Because I don't think you can on Twitch. So can I have a link to my OnlyFans on YouTube down in the description? I think I will do my first post picture this weekend. But I don't have any sex toys, so I can't put like sex toys beside it. But I can just take a picture of a keyboard and then put it up as sexy hardware. As like a, a tease and stuff like that, and get like a pocket dildo or something like that. And because you can get really crappy sex toys for no fucking money. I looked into it because I want to give my brother's girlfriend a strap-on dildo, just to mess with my brother. And his kid, I want to buy some pocket dildos for him when he went to university, to what is it called? The school people send their kids to when they don't want to, where they live. Boarding school. So I have already looked into the prices of like really cheap fucking sex equipment. I could Photoshop a dildo in the background, but that's not the same, Lamer. It has to be real, man. Oh, Superior Bacon. There's a lot of, like... If people can sell farts in a jar, there are people selling pussy hair, there are people selling smelly underwear, there are people selling underwear their boyfriend has come in, there's people selling, armpits pictures on OnlyFans. Like hairy armpits. Both guys and girls. They when it comes to like anything explicit, there's always a fucking market for it. There's almost always a market for it. Like, if you can implement sex into something, you can almost sell it. Now, so here's the thing. Like, you can get a dildo for like $10. You can get like a horse whip for the same. About the same. You can get a pocket pussy for like $8 or something like that. A flashlight that may cost like $12-15. And you only have to buy them once. So and also here's the thing. If I Photoshop something into it and I do it on OnlyFans, if my account is like $1 account, I need to have a license to use that picture. And I don't think you can find any license-free sex toys pictures out there in the world. So someone could be like, oh, you're using that for commercial use, we're not agreeing with that, take it down. Like, you always have to, like, every time you go into something with photoshopping or pictures or images, always think about the license. Because it's a really fucking easy way to get the bitch slapped in the face over. Like, logos, even though they're copyrighted, they are a little bit okay with it. And if you're not selling, even though that they have a license, if you're not selling the picture, like on thumbnails and stuff like that, they are okay with it. But if you are selling it, now they start to get fucking issues with it. Even if it's just $1 or something like that. And that's the, yeah. Yeah, that's what the fuck, what is her name? That the South African girl. Philadelphia, yeah. I actually find her kind of hot, to be honest. But I liked her more before she started doing porn. Because I like the idea that you had to put in the planks. You know, how her titties looked like, how her pussy looked like, and stuff like that. When she started doing porn, the magic kind of went away. Because now you've seen what you want to see. You know, you've seen her get fucked. You've seen, you know, her fucking a dildos. You've seen it. It's not a mystery anymore. For me, when she started doing porn, we're like, yeah, now she's just another fucking porn actor. You know, I don't give a fuck about her. But before we saw, you know, the nudity of her, it was kind of like, I wonder how, you know, how tight is that fucking ass? You know, like, there was some mythical thing about it. And in my honest opinion, that went away when she started doing full-blown porn. It was really interesting for the first week, maybe 2 weeks. Now I don't follow her anymore at all. Nerd bathwater sounds even more better, man. Yeah, I know, Don. I should do some nerd bathwater just to make a make out of all of those fucking e-girls, and then just like just take some water, put some soap in it, and find some hair and throw that in there. They can't, like, I just cut my hair. They can't fucking see if it's chest hair or pubic hair. They can't see the difference. You know, and throw some chest hair in there. And it's still there's like nerd bathwater. Who was that? There was a guy that bought like, was it like $300 of bathwater and drank it or something like that? Oh, Bella's definitely... So here's the thing about Bella. She knows how to make money. She knows how to fucking make money. No doubt about it. She knows how to milk that fucking audience. Like, she is like ripping that man titties for every fucking penny they have. She knows how to do that shit. If I was a hot woman, I would be doing the same shit as she's doing. Heck, maybe not the porn part, but anything up to porn. Has taken apps her YouTube. I don't know what you mean, Superior Bacon. He's talking about her YouTube channel. Is that what you mean? But the same with e-girls. Like if I was a hot woman, I would be doing the same fucking shit. Why do people pay for porn? Because a lot of time when you pay for porn, you get like exclusive content that only you can see, so you feel more relatable to that, whatever the fuck it is, porn actor or site or whatever it is. Like, you feel like you're getting more than the average guy when you really are not. But you feel more connected to them. It's like getting into your favorite band behind the scene. Get into the green room with your favorite stand-up comedian and stuff like that. They have forgotten everything about it when you walk out. But for you, that's like, oh my god, I have a special moment with them right now. That's why they're paying for OnlyFans and Fansly and all of those things. Yeah, the biggest dildo challenge. Yeah. She's a smart fucking woman, man. She knows how to milk that fucking audience. They all do, you know, they all do. It's just debatable if it should be on YouTube. Like, my problem with e-girls is that they're doing it on YouTube and Twitch. That's, you know, like, these are not porn sites. They are not softcore porn sites. So leave it out of there. And then they're trying to bend the rules to do softcore porn on the platforms. That's what I don't like. Like, if you want to be a porn actor, go to a fucking Pornhub and stuff like that. Don't pretend that you're a gamer while you're sitting there with your titties out. You're a porn actor. Nothing more. And you know what? You can game on Chaturbate and on all of the other porn streaming sites. There are plenty of girls sitting there with their tits out and their legs spread and a dildo up it while they're playing League of Legends and stuff like that. I think why they're doing it on Twitch and YouTube is because they don't feel in quotes that dirty, or they are more legit than the other ones on the porn sites, and they are not. They are not. You know, like Bella Dolphin and Affinity, or what the fuck her name is. You know, all of those e-girls, they are nothing more than fucking softcore porn actors. They're nothing more than softcore porn people. They're just bending the rules on the platforms to do it there. Instead of just going full-blown fucking, you know, softcore, embrace the softcore porn thing. And you can do that on any porn site. You know, I just don't like that they, oh, well, I'm a real gamer. Hashtag sign up for my fans, the only fan, where you can see me ride a big fat dildo. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're a porn actor that like gaming then. You know, like they are lying to themselves and they're lying to everyone else. They are porn actors. So why not just fucking embrace it? They will probably earn way more money embracing it, to be honest. They will probably be bathing in that fucking dollar bill you all if they just said, you know what, fuck it. Like Bella Dolphin did, like, fuck it, I'm a fucking porn actress now. You know. And don't fool yourself, that girl is making a shit ton of money, or at least she used to. I've not been caught up with her anymore. Yeah, gamer porn girl, yeah, that's, yeah. What the fuck is that other girl's name? The one that got kicked off Twitch. That did the whole hop top thingy. Alinity. You know, all of these say it, they're just softcore fucking porn actresses, man. Just do it on fucking Pornhub. Dude, they will get the same. Here's the thing. The same people that are watching them on Twitch, do you not think they're also watching porn sites? Of course they are. Of course they are. Of course they are. The only people that may not do it is underage kids. But they do watch Twitch. So if you're really fucking anal about it, you could say that they are doing it on Twitch and YouTube because now they're getting horny teenagers with their mom and dad's credit cards. And they are really easy to influence because they are not that socially adept yet. So there's a higher chance of them, you know, giving them money out of the blue than someone that know that you can just go on to Pornhub and get a better experience. That could be the draw of it. Why they doing? But all adults, 18 and up, that are watching these kind of girls on Twitch, they fucking also watch Pornhub and Chaturbate and what all of those fucking video sites is called. So why not just go in there and then, like, the creepy part is that they're pretending not to be porn actresses or actors, and that they're doing it on platforms where they know kids are going to watch it. Way bigger chance than on Pornhub, even though there's a lot of fucking kids on Pornhub and porn sites in general. A lot. There's no real way, like, are you over 18? Yes, click the button and now I'm watching porn. You know, there's no real, like, you don't have to put in, like, a social security card or have, like, a driver license. There's, like, no real ID that you need to watch porn on the internet. You just have to lie. So they are also there for the most part. It's just, yeah. It just sounds a little bit more nice if, you know, a 13-year-old kid is like, hey, mom and dad, I'm going up and watching Twitch. And then he's sitting there watching Alinity half naked on a fucking blow up something and getting his little jolly on. Which is really creepy, by the way. But yeah, it's just like when the mom and dad comes, I'm just watching Twitch. And then if they're looking at the host names on their router and stuff, they see Twitch, which is a gaming site. What can be wrong with that? And then, you know, you see all of those side boobs and all that fucking shit. Yeah, of course, Lamer. It's just... But again, if you have a hot fucking body, man, and you don't mind that shit, you can make a shit ton of money in a short time. And then if you invest those kind of money really, really smartly, you don't have to work much for the rest of your life. Like, if you go hardcore ball in porn, you don't even have to fuck other people. Just go really hard on fucking, you know, Fansly and Chatterbait and, you know, do, you know, solo content. You do that for like 2 or 3 or 4 years. And then invest your money smartly. You don't have to work the rest of your life, man. Google OpenAI. So OpenAI is Microsoft. There are only 2 players in the AR market, Microsoft and Google. Microsoft own over, I think it's now over 50% of OpenAI. So there are really only Google and Microsoft / OpenAI. Yeah, if they know what Switch is, that's true. I don't know. I don't think Google will win that one. Because they're so far behind. And also, the smart thing would be like focusing on AI in a different way. So you make their AI better at the things that the Microsoft AI is not good at. Or the OpenAI is not good at. So they can both coexist in the same space. Yeah, I feel that they would both be like coexisting. And just like you have like Bing and Google are coexisting. You know, one engine is good for some things and the other one is not. You know. The Google AI could be great for like finding shit, you know. What Google is good at, cloud infrastructure and cloud thing and stuff like that. Where OpenAI and stuff like that could probably be better at, let's say, coding or the human aspect of things, like the operating system aspect, like being an assistant, like a virtual assistant. AI has been around since the 90s. This is not a new concept. Almost anything you do on the internet has some form of machine learning or AI behind it. It's just not as advanced as it has become right now, but it's all over the place, machine learning and AI. You know, it's like... everyone thinks that it's this like massively new thing because ChatGPT is so advanced, but it's not a new thing. Yeah, since the 50s, but most people can only relate to like the 90s and up because they were not born before that are watching YouTube nowadays. But yeah, it's everything you do has some form of automation behind it, AI automation, machine learning behind it. Filters, you know, a lot of filters have AI behind them and machine learning behind them. Oh, I have so many fucking bottles on beside my chair. I need to pad them. I need to go and recycle all those fucking bottles. They're probably a lot of money worth. Yeah, they did try to avoid the word AI, yeah. That's because a lot of people are being like, oh my god, Skynet, AI, bad, yeah. And people are getting old, like, they've seen too many movies, and now they think that AI is going to take over the world and blah 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 blah. And, yeah, no. Look at it like this. If the internet and AI was really that powerful, why the fuck are people losing their mind when Twitter goes down for like an hour? You know, look at what happens to the world if we disconnect the internet. They don't know what the fuck they should. They go back to the Stone Ages. And think about how easy it is to cut off the internet and power and stuff like that for AI. It's really easy to just be like, you know what? Fuck off. Fuck off. Pull the plug. Oh yeah, the Reddit thing. Yeah, I haven't caught up with that yet, and I don't really care, to be honest. But apparently Reddit is dead. It's going to help, and it's also going to make a lot of people unemployed, take a lot of people's job. So yeah. It couldn't do dick. That's because you didn't suck GPT's cock, man. You know. You did not loop it up and ask it out for dinner and be like, hey, my friend, Mr. GPT, I like you. You were not nice to it, man. i3 Windows Managers. Ba-ba-ba-ba. There's some GPT. There's probably some idiots out there that have done it. Yeah, Elon Musk, he likes a lot of crazy names. Yeah, you're right about that one. He's a interesting fella. He's for sure is an interesting cat. I do like the Ubuntu desktop. Like, if I should be using GNOME, it would be like this here on Ubuntu. I don't care about GNOME and other fucking systems other than Ubuntu. But I do the small little tweaks and add-ons and stuff like that Ubuntu's doing to GNOME actually really sits well with me, to be honest. Just need Arc menu, maybe one or two other add-ons, and I'm a happy camper. I'm a happy camper. Oh, bollocks. But on the other hand, I'm using 16 gigabytes of my hard drive. Yay! 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 I used to love arts. I used to think arts was the fucking shit. And it is really amazing, and it is fun to have, and it is great. But when your priority starts to become more about actually using your systems, you start to not like arts that much. You know. Yeah, exactly, Cody. Yeah. I'm the same. Yeah, but Arch Linux for me is it's great. Arch Linux is not easier than Ubuntu. It's the same. They are the same. They're just as easy. You're just more. Here's the thing. You're just more common. You know. You're more. Not infiltrated is the wrong word, but you know. You just become accustomed to Arch. And if you use Ubuntu for like a week, you'll become accustomed to Ubuntu. And then everything will seem, you know all the shortcuts, all the commands, all the craziness that Ubuntu have to deal with and stuff like that. And it becomes easier for you. It's just like you're becoming accustomed to that system. You know, you just know, you know the neighborhood, you know. That's all it is. That's all it is. You just know the neighborhood better. And it will take you no time to do that under Ubuntu. Like, I could understand if people said that Arch or Ubuntu was easier than Linux from scratch or Gentoo and stuff like that, but yeah. No, the Arch elitism is so outdated. Yeah, so right. When I was a little Linux fan, but I thought I was cool installing Arch the Arch way because I built my own OS. Yeah, it don't fucking matter, man. It don't. It's the same shit, different workflow, exactly. No, I will not say no. Every Linux distributions are not the same, but you can do the same with them. They're not the same, but they have the same capabilities. But they are definitely not the same. That's why they are different. That's why they are distribution. But you can do the same with every Linux distribution. But that's not the same as saying that they are the same. No, they're not 9 out of 10, they're not the same. The way they do configuration, that they do, like, just the selection of packages, the tools that comes with them, the tweaks that the individual distribution do to the packages, and I could go on for hours about how they are different. But you can do the same on them. If you know Linux, you can do the same on any distribution. But that don't make them the same. Like, it's like saying every car is the same. But every car can drive. Like, if you can drive a car, you can drive every car. But they are definitely not the same. And that's kind of the same thing that with Linux distribution. And no breaking packages. Yeah, I've been running Windows for over 7 years and had no issues with it. So come at me. I've been using Ubuntu for years and years with no issue. Been using Pop! OS for years and years with no issues. Been using Tumbleweed for years and years with no packages and blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's yeah. I haven't used Mac OS. Last time I used Mac OS was like 2013, I think, or something like that. I think I had like a 2008 iMac. Like the top end iMac. I actually installed Arch Linux on this one. I installed and ran Arch Linux on an iMac in 2008. Yeah, OpenSUSE is the best Linux distribution. Having a smart upgrading scheme is always a good thing. Hey, welcome back, Johan. I kinda miss this old little system here. Dual core. But I had the high end, I had the top end of it. The biggest screen, the biggest processor. Maximum RAM I had in it. I had the 24-inch LCD. I fucking loved it. I loved it. You do computer maintenance I used to do it I do it every Sunday. I don't do it every Sunday anymore. Now I do it after a need, but I used to do it every Sunday. But now it's just like when I feel like it, I do it. OpenSUSE is not loaded. If you go with the defaults, it is loaded. But if you install it and if you install it like you will install Arch, it's just as streamlined as Arch Linux. It's just if you go over the install and just click next, pick a environment and next, yeah, then you're getting everything in the kitchen sink. But that's not how you install Arch either. This is just plain old Ubuntu 23.04. Yeah, but OpenSUSE does packages differently than Arch. You know, they So here's the thing: you cannot look at a distribution and say, "Oh, this has more packages installed than the other one." That's not an indicator of how much bloat there, because some distribution they switch packages up, they slice packages up, and some they give you everything. Some distribution, if you install the Python package, you get tkinter. Some distribution, if you install the Python app, you don't get tkinter. So that's one package versus two packages. So if you're looking at the one, Python under this distribution is bloated because it have two packages. Python under this is bloated because it don't have two packages. %, yeah. Again, I cannot comment on that until I know exactly what your setup is on both systems and how you're installing them and how you're running them. That's a meaningless information without any context. It's like me saying I have the massive fucking dick in the world without actually proving anything. Did you try the game porting toolkit thingy? Lamer should look into that. Maybe Lamer should be like the porting. So if Lamer 8 gig RAM, plain system, nothing installed. Again, I need to see how you install both systems. What is a plain system? Again, it's like saying I have a massive fucking cock, without proving anything. I need to see how you install OpenSUSE, how you install Arch Linux, and what you're doing when you have set it up. Again, a bare bone install is not the same on both systems. Is it is it when you are in the TTY? Is it when you are in KDE? And what kind of packages of KDE, or if you're using KDE, are you installing? Because both systems have different ways of getting KDE installed. That gives you no bloat or not almost nothing. That gives you a little bit. That gives you everything in the kitchen sink. So again, I need to see how you're getting to the endpoint before I can comment on it. That's why statements like that is meaningless. It's like saying that car, I have two cars, one drives 240 miles per hour and the other car drives 60. No content of what fucking... Oh, they are both lightweight cars. Okay. They both have 4 wheels. Okay. They both have an engine. It's definitely not an apples to apples comparison. There's so many things going into it. Like, I can install... maybe we should we just... You know what? Let's install fucking OpenSUSE, man. I'm going to download OpenSUSE. Give me a second here. Will, what is Will? Oh, Will, he's live streaming. Let me download OpenSUSE net installer. We can install OpenSUSE. So just give me a Jiffy Jaffe Doofy here. Again, it depends on how you are setting it up during the install. Install OpenSUSE Tumbleweed. Download. I want the network images. So please forgive me here. I'm going to... you will see a blank screen for a little bit here, and I will... I will set up a VM for... Oh, that's not it. New. Call it OpenSUSE. I'm going to throw it into my VM disk here. Select that one. Give it 8 gigs of RAM. Give it 4 cores of CPU. Give it like 40 years hard drive. Finish. Yoink. And it should be downloaded right now. Just, I'm just setting it up here right now. Just give me a second. There you go. Open. Okay. And it should be starting up. There you go. Tumbleweed. Leap is really good for production environment and stuff like that. Yeah, they want to get they want to so OpenSUSE, they want Leap to be their main desktop, and then they want to do like the adaptable platform kind of thing for servers and stuff like that with OpenSUSE, which is what Leap is kind of tailored towards right now. There was Seagull going mental outside. Oh, DNF is slower than Zypper or Cypher or however the fuck you will call it. Like, yeah, DNF is way slower. It also depends on how you set up the repositories if you're living outside of EU. Language, English, Danish keyboard, blob. Click next. Yes, we are using online repositories. Yep, we are using those ones. Scammers, yeah, fucking scammers, man. And I just always go with a generic desktop because then you get IceVM. And then I install a desktop operating system either there or underneath there. So, this is where people tend to get really confused. So, I will do always do expert partitioning, start with current proposal. Doink. That's because I don't want to do BTIFS, so I go in here and I do edit, and I don't do BTIFS. I do ext4, format it, Yep, Bob's your uncle. It wants me to have a swap partition. I don't give a fuck. Yep, that should be it. Accept. And now we have a way better fucking layout. Click next. And I want to live in Zimakskis. Go nexty, and we do our username. And we do a really, really secure password. Oh, it helps if I actually can fucking type. And we, of course, want to use the same password for administrator. We also want to do automatically login. Yes, I want to really use my secure password. And this is like this is the cream. This is what makes this fucking the best installer in the world. You can choose not to write to boot MBR. Software, we're going to look at that later on. Default target, graphical mode. System and hardware settings, we don't really need to do that. Okay, security, CPU mitigation. You can turn that off. Firewall will be enabled. You can disable it. SSH service will be enabled. I want to disable that. I'm not going to SSH into this fucking shit. And here, SSH ports will be open. I'm not going to do SSH, so I will plug that shit. Then we're doing AppArmor, policy toolkit with default. We can go in here and change that. We have network interfaces. Use in network manager. Don't use Wicket. If you see Wicket being used, switch to network manager, because if you use the Wicket, that is OpenSUSE's own little network manager, you will have issues with a lot of instances. So let's go into software here. And we want to do detailed. Blah, blah. And here we can tailor make our system as our liking. We can take away shit we don't want. We can install shit we want. And we can install it as meta packages, individual packages, blah 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 blah. You get the idea here. And we can go in here and we can go dependency checks, options, and blah blah blah. I kind of want to see patterns. We already have that one. Package classification, suggestors. So these one here you can take off if you don't want to. That these are suggested. Recommend, often, unneeded, multi-version, retracted, all packages. That's the one I'm looking for. So in here we can see if there's anything in here. So what if I don't want? Well, you know what? I don't want Firefox. Go away. Oh, I think I crashed the installer. Did I crash the installer? No, it's working. The fuck? It's severely acting up right now. No, I may go back to VMware. It could be a VirtualBox issue. How much RAM did I give it? I never had this happen before. System, there you go. Yeah, it got 8 GB of RAM. 4 cores. Something is definitely happening. Would it be VirtualBox having a hissy fit? Yeah, we need to restart the machine here. Restart. Yeah, take care, Nerdbug. I'll just go with the generic desktop then. No, I probably are going to install VMware again. So I went over to VMware because VirtualBox was starting to give me issues with both Linux and Windows. So it was just becoming slower and slower. And it started to become... I just had many issues also with the display manager and... Yeah, VirtualBox, like, I really don't like VirtualBox, to be honest. It's really crappy software. Hyper-V don't... Yeah, Proxmox, I probably will set up a Proxmox server at some point. VirtualBox is just fucking shit. I'm sorry to say it, but it's dog shit. Yeah, but I would probably go back to VMware. But it's just because VM or VirtualBox is more convenient to import and export virtual machines. So they handle importing and exporting of virtual machines better than VMware. Hey, Esnek. So yeah, it's probably VirtualBox. I have never had like massive issues with VirtualBox, but it's definitely not running as smooth as VMware. Definitely not running as smooth. Let's go back to the good old Dainies. Click next. Yes. Next. I never really messed on much with TMU. Check now desktop. Start with current proposal. Go in here. Edit this one. Soccer. Do ext4. Blop. Yep. We want that. We want that. We want that. Synchronizing with the OpenSUSE pool and and laptop. What OS will you use? I only have 56k dial-up. If I only had 56k dial-up, I can't. It don't matter what OS I have because I can't use the internet. You can't use the internet. It's too fucking slow, man. So it don't matter what OS would I take with me. Probably Windows, because I can make all my games run offline, and Windows play more games than Linux does, and I have more software selection on Windows. So I'll basically just take all the software, the games that I could get my hands on for Windows, make them run offline. That's it. Because you don't have to deal with Windows, you know, Windows updates and blah 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 and all that shit. So just because of the sheer, you don't need no, you don't. 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 That's purely coming from someone that have no idea what they're talking about. I this day installed Windows 11 without a fucking internet account. You know how you do it? You disconnect your modems. You take out your Ethernet cable, go into the BIOS and disconnect your Wi-Fi. And then you do a local account. It's that simple. It will pester you when you boot up that, oh, do you want all of the features for a Windows account? And you just said, no, thank you. And that's it. Oh, no. So here's the thing. Windows will always allow you to install it without an online account. Or else, a lot of people would not be installing Windows. They will then pester you. Like every 3 days, every week, they will come up. Hey, remember me? Remember this Microsoft account thingy? And if you don't really mind that, you're okay. You're set to go. But yeah, you don't need a Windows account. It just, you need it if you are connected to the internet, because then it knows you're connected to the internet. But here's another thing. What you then do is that you make a random fucking Microsoft account. You install Windows, then you go into your account on Windows. Enable, and on your account on Windows, you can enable offline accounts. So you just enable and make an offline account. Then you log into said offline account and you delete the online throwaway Microsoft account. Then you don't need Microsoft accounts anymore. I do that all the time if I don't want to bother with disconnecting the Ethernet. I just make a fucking random ass fucking Microsoft account, go into account settings, enable local offline accounts, or local accounts, or what they're calling it, logging into that one, disable or deleting the online account. Bob's your uncle, that's how it is. That it's not a fucking issue. Like it's people make it way bigger deal than it is. It's really not a big deal. Again, it comes from people not understanding how Windows work. It should not be like that. Well, why are you not bitching and moaning about you needing an account to run any mobile device? Where's your angriness towards that? Why are you bitching and moaning about you cannot comment on YouTube videos and blah 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 without having an account? Why are you not bitching and moaning about that you basically cannot use Spotify without an account? Why are you not bitching and moaning about all of the other things that you can't do without an account on the internet? Why is it only bad when Microsoft is doing it? No, you're not bitching. You're not bitching. The only reasons why you guys are bitching about the Microsoft account is because it's Microsoft account. You're not fooling anyone. You are bitching the most because it's a Microsoft account. Had it been a Google account, yeah, it would be a little bit irritating, but not bitching that much. Did you need a Yahoo account? Yeah, you would be bitching a little bit, but not that much. Like, like when you're seeing the evolution of the amazing smart Linux users over the years, there is one universal thing that's true. And that is, Linux users will always bitch and moan about anything they can with Microsoft. Because it's Microsoft. Even if the software they are using are doing the exact same fucking shit, it's still worse because it's Microsoft. A good example, everyone loves to say that Android is Linux. That's great. But you do know that Android is the king of data collection and telemetry taking. And anti-privacy. Like, it's the king. It's the golden standard on how to do that shit. So, why are you not bitching and moaning about Android then? Because it's not Microsoft. Steam. The king of anti-consumerism. The king of data collection. The king of you not owning anything you buy on Steam. But because they allow you to game under Linux, they're the good guys and Microsoft are the bad guys. I'm uploading a new SDing. Yeah, post the link into when you upload. SDing, post the link when you have uploaded it. If you talk about freedom and privacy, Linux or open source companies are doing the exact same thing as Microsoft. There's a lot of open source companies or organizations that are doing worse thing than Microsoft. Mozilla. You know, want to censor one party in a political debate because they don't agree with them. Was a little bit of angriness, but not much. Yeah, privacy is dead. Yeah, the internet killed privacy. Yeah, if you talk about privacy, we need to get off the internet. Yeah. Estek, post a link to your sites when you have uploaded the ISOs. Like the hypocrisy, I think is the right word, within the Linux community about those kind of things is why I hate the Linux community. You know, it's like a mom yelling and screaming at other kids, drunk driving and stealing and doing drugs, while her own kid is doing the same shit, but that's okay because it's her kid. That's how this whole debate is. It's not going in the same what is it called? Like, it's okay if we do it, it's not okay if they do it. That's kind of the mentality of it. I try to separate freedom talk and Linux talk. Well, Linux is about freedom. That's why people use use Linux. And your Microsoft account is about freedom. So, you bitching and moaning about needing a Microsoft account. You are talking about freedom right now. So you are not separating those two. Let's talk technical here. So here's the benefit. Here's the benefit of having a Microsoft account. If you log in with your Microsoft account, it remembers you on all systems. It remembers some basic settings. It remembers properly your wallpaper settings. It remembers a lot of things that you set up with Windows, so you can freely move between systems. It remembers your subscriptions that you have with other Microsoft products. So you don't have to re-download, maybe you have to re-download depending on if you want to do it offline or online, but you don't have to re-put in keys and re-put in this and reset up that. All of that is done by a Microsoft account. So a lot of people, they have either a Azure account or Microsoft, if it's workplace related or home related, they have a Microsoft account, and it gives them a really easy setup, run, blah, 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 if they are changing machines. That's us talking technically here, and we're not talking about being free and stuff like that. So why would you not want your users to get that experience? Why would you not want users to get that experience? Like, why would you not want to give, like, say to users, you do know that with this little account here, you get all of these benefits. All of these benefits. Why would you not want that? Firefox does it, Chrome does it, a lot of software does it. Because you are getting benefits by having an account. I will agree that they should allow you easily to make an offline account even if you have internet connected to your machine. I will agree 1000% that the Microsoft installer, even if you're connected to the internet, should allow you really easily, just by a click of a button or whatever, to make an offline account. It's really dubious that they are not giving you a really easy way of doing that. I will 1000% agree with that. And for people that are not technically inclined when it comes to Windows, they think that, oh my god, I can't make an offline account. And Windows kind of want you to think like that. Of course they are doing it. Let's not fool ourselves here. But again, people, nerds, Linux users, how often have we all been told that when you are using Linux, you are now a higher supreme being? You are strong and brave and beautiful human for using Linux. You are more tech savvy than everyone else, hey Tinker. So therefore, if you are this superior human being for running Linux, you should understand this about Windows also, because it's so fucking simple. Like, we are not talking about mom and dads here. You know? We are talking about tech-savvy people that get confused about a Windows account, and that the validation, or if you just Google it for 2 seconds, unplug the Ethernet. You know, it's that simple to get around that shit. So I'm a little bit confused of Linux users putting themselves on this pedestal, and then they haven't found a way of going around this Microsoft account thingy. That is so simple, it takes you like 2 seconds to Google search it. Like, are we just bitching for the sake of bitching here? Yeah, I think we're bitching we are being a Karen for the sake of being a Karen. That's how I look at it. I'm not signed into Firefox. I'm signed into Chrome. And again, when I got this new computer and I built it and I set it up and I installed and I logged into Chrome, everything was set up as I want. All my extensions was there. All my bookmarks was there and blah, 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 blah. I just had to log in one time. Instead of me having to import and export and blah and find the extensions, everything was just automatically set up with my Google account. I know Google is probing my butt harder than a fucking crazy ass fucking old guy that are really into fat choppy Danish people. But I fucking love it. That I didn't have to spend 30 minutes setting up Firefox. Oh, sorry, not Firefox. Chrome. And it's probably the same for Firefox. That's what people want, okay? That's what people want. They want that shit. And that's also why Linux is failing, to be honest, because they don't have those ecosystems. Linux don't have that easy integration with its software. Like, Linux is running like we are in the early 2000s, where everyone else is running in a modern connected world. And it is holding Linux back. You know, it is holding Linux back. Ubuntu tried it with that Ubuntu One account, or what the fuck it is. If Windows is spyware, YouTube is spyware, Firefox is spyware, Chrome is spyware, LibreOffice is spyware, Audacity is spyware, I could go on and on and on and on. What did EB always use? I don't give a fuck what he's using. Yeah, I know, Lema, but the community want you to believe if you're running Linux, you'll never get a virus. Yeah. I'm just signed into Google and Minecraft. Well, Minecraft, fuck it. Minecraft is owned by Microsoft. Who knows what telemetry and data they're collecting from you? Like, come on. Like, they're fucking taking more batshit crazy stuff about you than anyone else. Android and YouTube. Well, if you have any Google account, you should not be bitching about a Microsoft account. You should not be bitching about anything Microsoft when it comes to privacy and telemetry. Because Microsoft is looking up to what Google is doing and want to do the same. Okay? They want to do the same. So if you're using any Google product and you're bitching about Microsoft being, anti-freedom and privacy and data collection, this and that, you do know that Microsoft is trying to emulate Google and Google products. They are trying to do as much as Google and Google products. Again, it's like yelling at everyone else for sniffing coke, and it's bad and stuff like that, while you are sniffing the biggest line of coke. Bigger than anyone else. But it's bad if they are doing it. It's okay if I'm sniffing the coke. The logic is so fucking broken with these fucking arguments. macOS you can never get a virus. That's right. Yeah, but the crazy Linux guys comment. Yeah. So that's a lie, Esnik. You get, nowadays, the way you get viruses is not via the packages for your software. 99% of viruses comes from either phishing emails, dubious website, links that you get, click on this, validate that, blah, blah, blah. Most people get infected by anything else than programs. So that will not protect you. Like, only running packages from within the distro repository is not going to protect you against phishing attempts, hacking attempts, cookie attacks. You only basically protected against one attack vector, and you have thousands. So it's a little bit of a misnomer. But yeah, if you're running the software from within the repos, you are not getting antiviruses from the software. That's true. That's technically true. But then, the Nigerian prince wants you to click this link so you can get like $1 billion, and now your computer is hacked. Or this really, really hot fucking girl from Asia really, 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 really want your juicy fucking ass dick in her, and now all your bank accounts are being hacked. Or you are part of a bot network and stuff like that. Yeah, I use antivirus on my... Not on Windows, on Linux, but on Windows I do, yeah. On my VMs, I use Windows Defender. On my physical machine, I use Avira, I think it's called. I can't fucking remember right now. On Linux, I don't use antiviruses. Because I don't use email accounts on my Linux machines. And my Linux machines is mostly just done for video recording and coding. So I'm not going on to dubious sites and stuff like that. So the chances are that I get infected is really, really slow. And I'm not... let me put it another way. I'm only sharing file with one other computer. And that's my work computer. And when I do that, they get virus checked. But if I was using Linux, you know, as my daily driver, I would probably have some form of antivirus running also. Yeah. Yeah, you do need accounts anywhere, that's right. That's true, yeah. Most viruses you get is like phishing stuff and send me this and that, yeah. That is traditionally called a virus. It is a virus. Because if you click on websites, it's a phishing attempt to get you infected with a virus. You know, if you get ransomware by clicking a link that's then downloading a software that is locking your computer, that's still you having ransomware. And yes, it's not a traditional. It's traditional today. It's the norm today. We cannot live in the 80s and think that that's how the computing world is anymore. Like you are smarter than that. Tinker, I didn't get a Mac. I only upgraded my computer. I may get or I may save up for a Mac later this year. I don't know. I'm still on the fence on it, to be honest. But yeah, I probably will maybe next year get a Mac. I don't know. Because I really want one. So here's the thing. One of the main reasons why I want a Mac machine is that I can make a video called Why I Moved from Linux to Mac OS. And to piss off every fucking Linux user out there. Why? Because it's so fucking funny. Like, nothing is more funny than an angry, batshit crazy Linux nerd. It's like my juice of joy. You know, it's my youth nectar. I live for it. I live for it. Yeah, exactly, Lamer. Yeah. Since when did I say I hate MS? You are expressly... So here's the thing. You can say that you are doing something, or you can make the impression that you're doing something. And you are making the impression that Microsoft bad, okay? Yes. Oh yeah, OBS had that fucking phishing thingy. That's right, yeah. Software repositories, yoink. Let's add some repos. Let's do the community thing. And let's just enable all of these. Yoink. Trust. Disabling ads, yeah. But here's the thing, they even ad blockers cannot keep up most of the time. That's the sad reality of it. By the way, if you think Zypper is too slow, you can install DNF on OpenSUSE. By the way, DNF use OpenSUSE technologies in the backend. Just putting it out there. Maybe I should go in here and set the Pacman repository priority. No, that's not the one. Where is Pacman? There you are. Oh, it's here. Let's do it to like 90 or 80. 81. I don't know what I just like installing. I just like doing it this way. I just like doing it this way. I only use ad blockers at work. I don't use ad blockers at home. I think I do on one Linux machine, but other than that, I don't use ad blockers. Repositories and patterns. There you go. So what desktop environment should I go for? I used to love Bocce, but I found Bocce to be really irritating. I'm probably just going with fucking KDE, to be honest. Maybe go Chinese and do the Deepin. Or Enlightenment. Enlightenment is actually really fun to run. I do like me some Cinnamon. I haven't used Cinnamon in a long time. I think Minecraft, a Microsoft-controlled own product that forces you to have an account to play their game that is associated with Mojang/Microsoft. Looks like KDE on Debian 12 defaults to Wayland, and now everyone else knows. No, I haven't installed Debian 12 yet. Yeah, but haven't you not heard that they are getting rid of Minecraft Java Edition? It's going away. So soon you can't play that anymore. I use Xorg, yeah. I don't know. I don't think Minecraft is open source. Java is open source. Should I just go with fucking KDE as I always do? That should be it. Mind test, yeah. Go with Enlightenment, yeah. So this is a 200 megabyte download. No, I do like Enlightenment, to be honest. I actually do like Enlightenment. Hey, Jan. Jan. Yeah, LXQT is a nice system, Tinker. How are you, by the way? Are you enjoying the summer? I can't wait for it to get warmer, man. I'm still freezing in the morning. So my problem with LXQT is that it's too fragmented. You know, it has settings all over the place and stuff like that. It's too hot. I like it. I wish it was hotter. I'm not joking. Like, give me like 25 degrees. That's kind of like 25 to 28. That's my happy place. Yeah, it hasn't. Yeah, we desperately need rain here also. Like, we had like a little bit of rain today for like 2 minutes or something like that. Come to Arizona, I think I would love it in Arizona, to be honest. I need to get back into I need to get back into Esnik. Well, Esnik, bend over. I'm coming in you. I need to get back into you. I need to get back into XFCE. I don't know why the fuck I think Esnik is XFCE, but yeah. I haven't really used XFCE in a long time. Let's just do a reboot just to be sure. Hey, I should probably have installed it on this one here, man. But every time I use XFCE, I always get disappointed and feeling like I'm using a system from the 90s, and I don't like that. I used to love XFCE, but I just feel like it's getting too old. It's feeling too fucking old, man. Yeah, it's it is what it is, I guess. Oh, we probably don't have the terminal. Do we have a terminal? What is system manager? System monitor, what is that saying? Use 1.1 gigabyte. What if we do paper? I love OpenSUSE. 2 old is just right for me. 737 megabytes are we using? Yeah, KDE is amazing, yeah. Yeah, oh, I do like I do like the old Peppermint desktop a little bit. Yeah. I definitely do that. Is that how you spell it? I think that's the one that's down here. No? There you go. Yeah, Pep 10 was good. Yeah, I did like I liked it, but it was not for me. I know it sounds crazy, but I could understand why people liked it. It was just not for me. But I could definitely see why people would like it. Which sounds really strange, but yeah. There you go. Pip 8. Oh, cool. My first Linux experience was like Red Hat from 1996 or something like that. That's how old of a fart I am to Linux. And that's how old I am. June 2017. Are you just a little Bobby? Just a little Bobby. Noob rookie, yeah. Desktop and wallpapers. I think you can do pick of the day. And we can do Bing. The turtle is back! Hello, turtle! How are you, turtle? Turtle. With turtle! Little turtle. Edit mode. Back to move. Boink. Let's go down to 34-ish. Yeah, the LXDE Peppermint was good, yeah. It was 36. Oh god. Oh my god. I fucking love this wallpaper, to be honest. It's actually really neat. Just imagine me riding on this fucking turtle here and he's just happy that a fat fucking Danish guy is sitting on his back and is about to drown. Oh, we should get Chrome. I like the blue hair. Chrome, and we need it for Fedora Zuzel. Yeah, SUSE, OpenSUSE is actually really good. It is like an admin's systems, like an admin's distro, so you need to know a little bit more about Linux than you normally would need to know, or at least like a little bit more about the fundamentals, I would say. Yeah, we want to ignore that one. I actually have Edge installed, or I used to run Edge on one of my systems. I can't remember which one it is. So I think we can actually do a sudo civil opt just to get the key that we need. Yeah. Do you want to reject the key or trust the key? Always trusted. There you go. It's actually like Yeah, Ubuntu. So like Ubuntu and OpenSUSE are my two like favorite distributions at the moment. I like running both. I do like running both. I really, really do. Yeah, Edge is actually really good on Linux. Yeah, SUSE is not more powerful. SUSE is just not helping you or holding your hand as much as Ubuntu is. And some like it and some don't. That's, you know... We all have different preferences in life, which is really amazing. Nope. City. Oh, that's laggy as balls. No, I actually use Edge as my main browser on Linux. Oh, sorry, on Windows. It handles YouTube videos better than Chrome does. Yeah. A DistroBox container. Oh yeah, you all about that containers thingy. That's right, yeah. Yep, I use Edge as my main browser on Windows right now. I've been doing it for a couple of months there. And here's the thing, yeah, take care, Super Bacon. Or Superior Bacon. Or Beacon, sorry. Edge is actually, like... I actually like it. It's better with YouTube. I think it's they know the code better for Windows, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I just like it for the thing. Like when I do YouTube admin stuff, like go in and deal with the uploading, editing, not editing, but setting up videos for my YouTube channel. I do that on Chrome. But the Edge is my consumption device. So I use Edge for streaming services, mail, and YouTube. And then I use Google Chrome for everything else. And I'm starting to use Edge more and more than Chrome, to be honest. That's true, Tinker. I fucking missed you, Tinker. I just want to run over hug you right now. Be really gay with you for like 5 minutes. Like, it's not gay if we both say it's not gay. That SDK can be part of the group hop. That is not gay anymore. We definitely not having an orgy. So here's the thing. I was pissed when Apple stopped maintaining Safari for Windows. I used to run Safari on Windows as my main browser. Keep your socks on and it's not gay, that's true. Keep the socks on. But yeah, I used to run Safari when it was when you could run it on Windows. That was my main browser. I started just to because Lamer was talking, or Cody was talking a lot about Edge, and I was like, let me give it a try, because I was getting tired of Vivaldi getting too fucking. There was so much stuff in Vivaldi, like it just did not make sense anymore with Vivaldi, and I was just starting to use Edge, and it's just like I'm just slowly using it more and more and more. At work, I use Edge and Chrome, but again. Yeah. Vivaldi has become too much. it's become way too much. Like, I feel like Vivaldi is like, let's see how much shit we can put into a browser. And not so much about does it make sense. I used to love Vivaldi. I used to use Vivaldi non-stop for years. But nowadays it just seems like how much can we fit into Vivaldi? Yeah, I did like Safari on Windows, yeah. Yeah, I'm not that fussed about Vivaldi anymore, to be honest. People tend to forget that Chrome was based on the technology that Apple developed for Safari for many, many, many years. I don't know, I've never been a college student. Or at least not in the last many, many years. Yeah, Opera, I do like Opera. It's an interesting browser. Oh, I always had Opera for me has always been, it was the one that I used as the alternative browser many years ago. And therefore I have like a little soft spot for Opera, but yeah, Maxton, I tried it, didn't like it. So here's the thing that I'm probably getting an iPhone before I'm getting a Mac Mini though. My next phone is definitely going to be an iPhone. I've been using Android for 4 or 5 years now. Now I want to go back into the Apple ecosystem, so I'm not getting too locked into Android. And also the app ecosystem for Apple is way better than Android. Yeah, I used to love Opera back in the day, yeah. Look, Lamer. Look. Your Apple cold heart must be so warm right now. You must be like throbbing in your penis and looking at all of this Apple goodness here. Like your speeches about how great Apple is must be flying out of your asshole right now. You will be you are like a happy user right now. Looking at all of this amazing Apple greatness here. Let's get Labor really ticked off. Look. This is just creepy as fuck. But yeah, look. This is Labor's next computer, the Mac Pro. Come on. Look, Labor. Yeah, so my plan is probably like this. iPhone, iPad, Mac Mini. Oh, when I mean ticked off, I mean horny as a fucker. You know, that Apple peen is like throbbing like a motherfucker right now. Is it horrible? Tell me more. Yeah, navigation on iPhones can be a little bit better. Never tried Mac OS. Johan, advice to you is never try Mac OS. Never, ever try Mac OS. Because when you do, you realize how crappy every other OS is. Like from a usability standpoint. You realize how crappy every other OS is when you use Mac OS. So do yourself the favor and save a lot of money and never try Mac OS. Just a little friendly reminder. You don't like the user experience. When you use it for a day or a week, that will turn around. Oh, it wiped all your phone numbers out. That's stupid. You want a MacBook Air? Yeah, that's actually a good machine, yeah. I used to think like you, Johan, but here's the thing. It grows on you. It fucking grows on you. There are a few things I don't like about macOS. Like the file manager is not that great in my opinion. But there are way more things that are positive than they are negative when it comes to macOS. And yes, I'm the same with you, like having the context menu up here and stuff that is fucking irritating. But yeah, exactly what Lame is saying, or Cody is saying, macOS is a better Linux. It's what Linux users wish Linux was when it comes to peripheral support and hardware support. I've just set up an old Mac Mini. It's hard to get used to the keyboard layout. Yeah, I can see some people having an issue with it. I never had an issue with that, to be honest. But hey, so this is how crazy my brain works, okay? We have a guy at work, he's left-handed. So he's using his mouse with his left hand. I can just set my fat ass on the chair and use his mouse on the left side with no issue whatsoever. It don't bother me one bit using a left-handed mouse. And I think it's the first time I ever did it when I did it with him. The same keyboard layout, it takes me like a couple of hours to get used to a new keyboard layout. And then it's not a fuss anymore. I don't give a fuck about it anymore. I apparently just have one of those adaptive brains or something like that, I don't know. But every time I'm at his computer, I'm using the left mouse. Like, why don't you change it? Well, it's nice to use the different hand for once. You know, it's like masturbating with the left hand while after you sat on it. It's like getting some strange pussy. You know. macOS is polished gnome with a dog. No. macOS is way more than that. Like, macOS is way more than polished gnome. It is like way more than that. That's true, Johan. But again, like I said, if you sit down with macOS and you used it for like half a week to a week, all of that pre-notion and preconceived conceptions that we have about things and whatnot, they will disappear and you will love it. Like when I bought my iMac back in 2008, I hated it. I fucking hated it. I hated it. The first week. And then I loved it. And loved it ever since. But I hated it. Like, I was like, this is the biggest fucking mistake I've ever done in my life. But then, like, after a couple of days, I was like, yeah, it's not that bad. And then, like, a week into it, I'm like, this is fuck. Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's my issue with Macs. They are expensive. They are way too expensive. Not the Mac Minis, though. I like my upgrade to my computer, and I didn't upgrade the computer case. I kept the case. But my upgrades with the graphic card has still come out to be more expensive than a Mac Mini. An entry-level Mac Mini. And I didn't get the CPU I wanted, and I didn't get the cooler I wanted. I still need to buy a water-cooled cooler for it, an AIO. Because this air cooling shit, not good enough, man. The 7000 series and the Intel Intel CPUs, you need an AIO for that shit. I don't care what anyone is telling you. Unless you want to live beside a fucking airplane taking off. And I may buy some LED fans because I don't have that right now. And I kind of want to change out my my gaming hard drive with an NVMe. A 2TB NVMe. And then I'm done. I may get an R7 CPU. may get an R7 CPU. And then the next generation, when the next generation AMDs comes out that's supporting AM5, I may get an R9. And then I should be set CPU-wise for at least 4 or 5 years. If I get an R9. And I may also get more RAM. Well, I don't really need more RAM, to be honest, but if I definitely need the liquid cooler, because the air cooler I have can do its job. It's just loud because it needs to overcompensate for the hotness that is the new generation CPUs. And an air cooler or a liquid cooler will just do that way better. So it's just acoustics. I don't need it, but it's just for acoustic reasons. And the same with the fans in the chassis. The fans I bought, the Arctic fans, are loud as fuck. They're not good fans. They're really bad fans. So I want some Be Quiet fans, one of their light wings with the LEDs on them. And they are quite expensive, but hey, they're good. And I don't really need the gaming drive, but it would be nice to have a 2 terabyte gaming drive, because then I can use the 1 terabyte I use for gaming. I can use that for VMs, install VMs on that, and use my VM card as my recording device. Because that's the only spinning hard drive I still have in my system, is my recording hard drive. And that's a spinning hard drive, and I want that to be a SSD. Ooh, noisy computer, don't like that. Yeah, I don't mind a little bit of noise, but when it becomes to sound like a jet engine starting to take off, I'm getting, yeah, that's too much. I don't mind that I can hear it. Let's say I'm rendering a video. I don't mind that I'm getting, some stuff like that. But when I'm playing games and stuff like that, and when I'm not utilizing 100% of the CPU, I don't want to hear the fans that much. At least not if I have headphones on. And right now, if it's going up to 100% usage, I can hear it even with headphones on. It's massively loud. And I me not like that. Me no like that. Yeah, Mac porn, yeah. Lame is all about that Mac porn. That's not bad, yeah. A Mac have a MacBook, yeah. Yeah, lame, but that's honestly, I should just leave my computer as it is right now, and then just save up for a Mac Mini, to be honest. And then if I install Proxmount on this one, maybe get a liquid cooler just for the noise thingy, and then just set my fans to 1 speed that is tolerable, where they never ramp up and down. Or use it as a Linux machine. If I get a Mac Mini, this one here is probably, I would be installing Linux on my maybe not, maybe I'll be using it as a gaming machine. Yeah, I'll probably be using it as a gaming machine. I don't know. Again, I don't know if I'm going with a Mac Mini. I really don't know. But I definitely am going for an iPhone and iPad. But Mac Mini, I'm still debating it. Because I still need this one here to play my games. Which is really irritating. I could get an Xbox, but then I'm having all of these devices, When I have a perfectly capable gaming machine right now, why should I get an Xbox? And then there's oh, okay, I have to change screen. But it's not that difficult to change the screen input nowadays on your screens. But I need to have 2 keyboards, 2 mouses, or switches for those, and it's just getting a little bit, Yeah. All of that streaming for gaming, I don't care about that shit. It still has a lot of years behind it before it's any use for me, at least. But that's just me. That's just me. I may change my mind later on. Maybe it's because, well, yeah, I don't know, man. Because I also have to think about this here, because I use Windows at work, and I administrate Windows at work, and I set up Windows at work. So I kind of need Windows to keep, to keep knowing Windows, if that makes sense, to tinker with Windows and test with Windows. And yes, I could do that in a VM, but I don't play I don't play games that much. I'm getting into the Crew 2, that racing game. I got it for like $20 on, not even $20, $10 on sale or something like that on the Epic Store. It cost like almost nothing, so I bought it on there, and I'm getting really into that, just driving around and doing shit. But yeah, I need Windows for work. But again, I could just do that in a virtual machine. Like, I do all my coding for work in a virtual machine anyway. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as you, Jan. Sadly enough. But yeah. Look, if YouTube ever became a money thing for me, and YouTube could pay for a Mac Mini, I would buy it with no fucking with no fucking issue. Like, if I could save up like 2 or 3 months on YouTube and I would have a Mac Mini, I would do it right away. Because then technically it's not me throwing money out of the window, it's it's YouTube money I'm throwing out of the window, if you get what I'm saying, and YouTube money for me is not, I don't care about them, because they're just an added bonus to what I'm doing. But so I don't care what those money goes to, because it's like, for me, every time I get a paycheck from YouTube, it's like walking out the door and finding money laying there just for free. Yeah. That's true. It don't change much in the IT support of it. Regarding Windows, not playing games, my setup with small form factor Lenovo. Yeah, Lama. I have a small form factor at work. Yeah. I use a Dell, whatever the fuck they are called. One of the Dell small form. Like, I was looking into getting a Lenovo, but the Dells was just cheaper, and my boss liked the look of them. It was just like, yeah, it looks prettier than the Lenovo, so we're taking the Dell. Okay, fair enough, And he's using one, I'm using one. And we paid like, in total, it was like close to 7,000 of our money for those 2 computers. I think they cost about 3,000 something, both of them. Oh, sorry, it was HP. Yeah, HP. You're right. It was HP. HP. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Lama. Doing it in a VM with Windows on it. But yeah, like, I may use my YouTube money to save them up for a Mac Mini at some point. I don't know. Maybe. Right now, I want a little bit better lighting. I may want to buy like a real cam, like DSLR cam, I think they're called. A proper cam equipment. Not like massively high end, but like mid-range. And I think I'm going to subscribe to the Adobe Creative Suite, because I really fucking love it. Like, I'm using Premiere Pro right now, and I really love it for video editing, because it's utilizing my TPUs way better than DaVinci Resolve is. DaVinci Resolve is going 100% with CPU, unless you're paying. And I know it's just a one-time fee with DaVinci Resolve, but I don't know, I just like working with the Premiere Pro better. I don't know what the fuck it is. I have to use game. Yeah, fuck me, man. So I got 3 months free trial of all Adobe apps, every Adobe app you can imagine. I got 3 months free of that with my motherboard, with my Asus motherboard. And when that's up, I may go back to DaVinci Resolve. I don't really know right now, but there's just a lot of small issues I have with DaVinci Resolve, like small bugs and irritating things that I don't have with the Premiere Pro. But then with Premiere Pro, you need After Effects if you need to do all these kind of things and blah, 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 blah. But then After Effects is way better to work with than what is it called? Not Fusion. Is it called Fusion? I think it is called Fusion on DaVinci Resolve, yeah. You get more bang for your buck with Adobe, but you also keep paying for Adobe, you know. Yeah, I got like 20 or 30 programs I can download. There's a program where I can make avatars, you know, I can basically become a VTuber. There is a program where I can do VTuber shit, and I kind of want to experiment with that a little bit. Like have like an alter ego come in once in a while on my video that is like this avatar kind of thing. Or if I just don't want to be on cam one day, I can have like a kind of like a VTuber. Yeah, but he can like you can make cartoons with this program. Like it's a full-blown rigging software, and you can do all kind. You can get him to do all kind of crazy shit, and it's the fuck is it called? Adobe Animate, is that the one? Yeah, this is the one. Like you could do all kind of animations with it, enable all, you know. So I can make funny animations. Like you could do stuff like this here also, you know, like. So you can make small animations that goes in, you know, and like you could have like a Linux penguin coming up and point up to like a thing on the screen or something like that. And they have really great tutorials. That's another thing about it. Yeah, but here's the thing with Adobe programs. They are also, in quotes, built into each other. Meaning that you just press a button and it's opening up Photoshop or After Effects, and then you go back and it's in there. They are talking really well with each other in the back end, so it's almost like they are built into each other. They're just opening up a different user interface and closing it down again. You know, but yeah, like if you want to do something with Photoshop, you click a button and it's importing it into Photoshop. You're doing your thing, you're saving it, closing Photoshop, you're back into Premiere Pro, you click another button, taking you into After Effects, you're doing what you need there, close After Effects, and you're back into Premiere Pro. So it's kind of doing the same thing. Instead of having all the programs in one UI, they are just split up in different UIs. But yeah, you can do all kind of crazy shit with this that I find really interesting. Make a Linux versus Windows anime kind of thing, yeah. And as far as I can understand it, it's really, really simple to use. You know. But imagine having something like this where it could be again a penguin landing or something on the screen, or if I fuck something up, you know, a guy could come in and shake his head, all these kind of things. Oh, what the fuck happened? Oh, there you go. Yeah, it is expensive. It is like the full-blown suite is expensive. What I would probably be paying for is the Premiere Pro and After Effects. And that's about $50, $55 a month. If you buy those two. That's the one that I'm... If I am... If I'm keeping doing my thing in Premiere Pro. I don't know when I will get a Mac Mini. Again, I don't really know if I am getting a Mac Mini. I'm still debating it. I'm still debating it. Because I tried living the Mac desktop ecosystem before, and I ended up going back to Windows. Like, I dual booted with Linux, Windows on, and Linux. So I had Mac OS, Windows, and Linux running on my Mac thingy. But back then my needs was different than they are today. I'm again, if some idiot sponsored me with something on YouTube that made me a shit ton of money, at least enough for a Mac Mini, I would buy it right away. No problem whatsoever. No issue whatsoever. It's just when, you know, like, I have to save up for it for my own money. I'm a little bit like, I could spend them better in other ways. But if I can save YouTube money off, I will probably get a Mac Mini in a year. But it will take me about a year to save it up with YouTube money. Yeah, I looked into it, and the Pro is not that big of an issue for me. But what I'm going to use it for is not going to be an issue. Just having the normal Pro one. I will probably get the upgraded hard drive clone. Why don't I have I don't have sponsors, because the only sponsors that have reached out to me are scammers. They are scammers. I'm not big enough to have sponsors on my channel. Like, about 10,000 followers is where people start to noticing you on YouTube. 100,000, you are now someone on YouTube. 300 to 500,000, you will kind of regard yourself as a professional YouTuber. Yeah, Tinker. I will do like I said to Lamer or Cody. Buy one. Like, buy one. If it will fit most of your needs and stuff like that, and you want one, buy one. The problem with me is that I want one, but I don't need one. And I want one because I want to tinker with it. I want to, you know, just experiencing it. I don't really want one because I'm tired of Windows or Linux. That's my issue. It's not because I want to get away from Windows and Linux. It's just because, oh, it could make interesting videos. Oh, it could be interesting to mess around a little bit with macOS. So basically, it's just like, you know, oh, this video could be nice to see, or this series could be nice to see. It's just a lot of money to spend on, you know, oh, this could be nice to mess with for a weekend kind of experience. Yeah, an 8 gig Mac Mini or entering Mac Mini do really, really, really well. Welcome back, Superior Beacon. Do really well with video editing, yeah. I members as sponsors, not really. Supporters is probably the right word. They are supporters. Because sponsors, you're getting money to promote a thing. You know, you do this for us, we pay you money. Where sponsors, they're just sponsoring your content without really getting anything back, but you are still getting the benefits of being a member. But, you know, it's not like you have to fulfill these obligations to get money. That's a sponsorship. And sponsorship mostly imply advertisement. You know. Yeah, I like, if I got a Mac Mini, it would not be surprising if I would start using it more and more than Windows. Like, I would probably do that. Promoting members is not... No, again, if I promote my members, that's still not a sponsorship. Because we don't have a contractual agreement on doing that. That I am promoting one of your products. And members cannot be a product. It would be nice, I would say, that Mac Mini was paid for the self of your TS mods. Yeah. Yeah, merch. I made new merch, by the way. I don't know why I'm called the real Kendall spreadsheet, but I think I am. Where the fuck is my spreadsheet? Okay. Spreadshirt and not spreadsheet. Fuck me. Why am I called Ken's Tech World there? I can't fucking remember. No. Why the fuck can I not find... how do you find... users in here? Is that the European one or the Danish one, or the EU or the? I don't have that enabled. Oh yeah, I can just fucking look at my YouTube channel. You're right. Is it in there? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, I forgot about that. It's not on the American store. I haven't put it up on the American store yet. This is only on EU. But yeah, there's like JavaScript, C#, Java, Python put into it. Yeah, but I don't think it's on... Is it on the US store? I don't think it's on the US store. I kind of want this one here, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think it's on the US store. I haven't uploaded to the US store. I should probably do that. But that's because on the US store, I'm not... they need my tax information and all that fucking shit because it's outside EU. And I'm not going to sell anything. Or at least, well, I'm too small to sell anything. So I only made the US store because a guy on Sleeping... what the fuck is this called? What is he called? Sleepy Eye Wig or what he's called. I can't fucking... Sleepy Eye. He wanted a mug. So I just made the store just so he could buy a mug. But yeah, I just made these two stores. The one on US was just for him, so you could buy a mug. He wanted my Linux Nerd Tier mug. And this one here, the EU stores, because I want this one and I want some shirts. I basically just made it for myself. Vince, yes, DPI Vince. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I just made this for myself. I need to buy some of the t-shirts and stuff like that from in here. But it's just so I can buy it myself, basically. That's why I did the Linux Nerd Tier thing, so I could buy it for myself. But maybe if no nerd tiers, yeah, if it maybe, I don't know, maybe in the future it could be more relevant. I don't know. I don't know. But they need to separate the stores. Is it not in the US store? United States. So there's Nerd Fuel, where I spell fuel wrong. That needs to be taken down. It is here. It is. Also, I think the prices are too expensive. Did I? No, I think I did regulate them. So I as far as I understand, I only make like 1% or 2% on everything. So it's basically almost base price that you know, the price that they want for it, and then I get like 1% or 2% of, I don't know. Yeah, some dude. I got a corporate white notification in my what is it called? YouTube studio, that someone was using my video, and then he has taken my video, chopped it down like 50% down, and put like a fake robot Puerto Rican voice over it or something like that. But it's exactly what I'm doing. And then I was like, hey, if you're going to, like, I was commenting, hey, if you're going to like use other people's work, at least just credit, you know, the video. And I posted a link to the original video. That comment is not showing up. And then I waited like 2 or 3 days to see if he was acting on it. He didn't act on it. Then in YouTube Studio, you can send a message to the content creator that say, hey, I see you're using my content. Please get in touch with me. And what video it is, what content it is, and the original video and stuff like that. I did that, I think, yesterday or something like that. So if nothing happens over the weekend, I will probably just ask YouTube to remove it. Because I said to him, like, if you are going to copy other people's work 100%, at least ask them first. Or credit them. Had he just credited my video in the description, no issue. No fucking issue. Had he asked me, no issue. Had he like, hey, if I edit this down and I use like Puerto Rican over it because it will really help Puerto Rican people, something like that, no issue. No fucking issue. I would just have said to him, hey, just credit me in the description. But just blatantly take it and re-uploading it I don't like that. Ask first if you're going to do that. You know. Yeah, using YouTube CCC. Yeah. So I'm going to see what's going to happen. It's the Linux versus Windows on a 1-core, 1-gig system. Windows versus Linux on 1-core, 1-gig system. Yeah, I don't want to be that guy that go out and just strike people. It's probably a fucking kid, okay? It's probably a kid that don't know any better. And he only has like 3 other videos up. And I suspect all of those videos are just re-upload of other people's work. And it has like 23 views or something like that. So it's not really doing anything. You know, it's not hurting anyone. But I just want him to, you know, make sure that that's not okay to do. I can't remember when the fuck. Give me a second here. I can't remember when the fuck I did the notification thingy. Just bear with me here. Copyright. Oh, the video is removed. He removed the video. He removed the video. So I sent this message like 4 days ago. Hello. Yeah, he removed the video. But had he just like I made a comment on his video. Had he just like responded to that comment and credit me, there would be no issue. It's just that he don't respond. For days and days and days and days. That's my issue I have with it. Just credit me. Just I would not even have commented if he didn't credit me on the video. If it credit me on the video or in the description, because I looked at the description, was there credit to the original video down there? I don't give a fuck about it. It's still not cool to just blatantly copy someone's video, but at least like he's probably, like I said, he's probably a kid. He's probably new to YouTube. That's why I made the comment. Hey, if you are going to steal other people or copy or borrow or what I didn't call it steal. It was like, hey, if you're going to use other people's work, at least ask first or give them credit. And then I posted a link to the said original video and posted the link. But later he said that he couldn't see the post, and I looked and I couldn't see it. And I waited like 2 or 3 days after that before I sent the video. And the video was uploaded last month. No, slaying children. No, it's not okay to be a douchebag. But I also have to, I also have to protect myself a little bit. You know, like I do put a lot of fucking work, not a lot, but I do put some work into this channel. And no, he didn't block me because I posted the video, the comment, and I went back and was still there after like many hours. It was still there. Then Lamer or Cody was looking at it like many hours later. He said it was gone. So either he blocked me, or either he took away the comment. One of those two things happened, or it was moved into a spam folder for some fucking reason. That YouTube do that once sometimes. It just randomly put comments into a spam folder, and then it takes days before you see it. Like YouTube filtering is fucking bad. So that's one of those 3 scenarios. Either he blocked me, removed it, or it went into his spam folder. I don't know. Yeah, wait till approval. That's the folder it might have been in. And he hasn't caught it yet. So that's why I waited like 3 or 4 days before I sent the message. And the message that I sent him was not like he should take it down. It's just like, we noticed that you are using this content, and I think like, please contact me. And my email and everything was in there, and I haven't heard anything. And had he just been like, what the fuck is going on? I would be like, hey, just credit me in the comment or in the description. You know, put a link to either my YouTube channel or the video in your description, and everything is fine in the world. Because you can either request a takedown or send a message to the creator. And I didn't want to go full-blown crazy guy on him. But I still feel we need to protect what we're doing here, because too many people on YouTube, sadly enough, is just, you know, it's just taking other people's video and then blatantly posting them. That's true, Don. That's true. No, I put a I didn't put my email in the comments. I put the YouTube link in the comments. And if he had links disabled in his comment section, it will put it into the approved list. Or wait till approved list. But I waited 2 or 3 days before I sent the email, or I sent a message to him through the YouTube Studio app. And it was not like I was not doing it to be mean. I was doing it to just get his attention, basically. Just to get his attention. And like I said, had he just reacted to my comment or emailed me and said, "Oh shit, sorry," or "I didn't meant to do it like that," you know, just explain himself. I'm like, just credit me. Like Esnik has made reaction videos to my comments to my videos 1 or 2 times. Other people have reacted or used some of my videos before, and I never had any issue with that. But if you take it and you're just taking out the boring parts or making it a little bit more efficient or whatever you will call it, and then just re-uploading it, you're not really doing transformative work here, you know. As far as I could see with the other videos that he had, they looked like they were just re-upload from other people. They didn't look like it was his videos. So I think he thought he could just take popular, in quotes, popular content or not so popular content and re-uploading it and make money on YouTube. But again, almost no subscribers, 4 or 5 videos. I was a little bit like, I felt a little bit douchebaggy doing it, to be honest. I didn't feel good about doing it. But again, we have to kind of protect what's ours a little bit, you know. Like, even though I don't spend like thousands of hours on this one, I do still spend many hours and not a lot, but a good part of my money on YouTube and YouTube related stuff, software, peripherals. I upgraded my computer because of YouTube. Well, a little bit because of gaming, but most, like the graphic card was because of gaming. The rest of my computer was because of YouTube. So I could do better videos, edit faster, and all of that fucking shit. You know, that was mostly done for YouTube. Like 80 to 90% of the reason why I want to upgrade my computer was because of YouTube. So that's basically 80% of a Mac Mini, entry-level Mac Mini, that I've just spent to do this YouTube thing. And the graphic card was 100,000% just for gaming. So I feel like we do need to protect what we are doing a little bit. But yeah, a lot of people have used my videos in their videos and whatnot, and I don't have an issue with it. If it's a reaction video, don't give a fuck. They don't even have to credit me. You know, if it's just a really small part of it, I don't give a fuck. They don't have to credit me. But if you're re-uploading it, at least credit me, man. Like, if you want to fuck me in the ass, give me some fucking boss fare home, okay? Give me a little bit of boss fare home. That's the least thing you can do. That's like the least thing you can do. Just tell me I'm a good boy, give me a boss fare home, and all is good in the world. You know, eyeballs. When you can't afford Apple Vision. Do I even have sound installed on this one here?
Flere varianter pasta til 600 kylling eller ind til 39. I
oh my god.
Finder du flere varer?
Yeah, audio in VirtualBox is fucked up. This guy here actually makes really good videos. Almost 10 million fucking subscribers, man. Shit. And only 298 videos. And I have close to 1,000 videos. I'm like a spammer compared to this guy here. But yeah, that just show you that quality over quantity, man. Yeah, that's VirtualBox. VirtualBox having an issue. That's a VirtualBox issue. I need to get in and set up the sample rate, I think it is, in a config file to match VirtualBox or something like that. You need to tweak Linux to get good audio on VirtualBox. But I almost never watch anything on VirtualBox anyway. My next live stream, I think I will go and do like 1 or 2 live React videos on each live stream. And then record them separately. You know, do them live and record them for later uploads. Maybe as part of a member or for everyone, I don't know. But right now, this is basically just a test to see how my computer is handling live streaming. It should not be a problem, but that's true. Audio sucks in Linux. I have talked to quite a few audio engineers that use and have used Linux, and oh my god, they are not happy. Them not happy people. Definitely not happy people. And the only reason some of them stick with Linux seems to be that they really, really want to give Microsoft the middle finger. And Apple. Like to the degree that they want to make their life miserable. Most other people that I talk to, or most of the audio engineers, they try Linux and then they run screaming away from it again. Like it was stealing their lunch money or something like that. That's definitely not the one that I want. Show alternatives. That's the one I want. Oink. There you go. Back to the good olden days. Back to the good olden days. I do like my KDE. I do like my KDE. Maybe I should try and install .NET on this one here also. I do like C# a little bit. I get why people like strictest type languages compared to Python. And the more I use it, the less irritating I become towards it. And the fact that you can make native Windows programs is kind of cool. Cool. But I do prefer Python. Like, it's just so fucking much faster to do it in Python. It's just like, if I had to stick with one programming language for the rest of my life, that would probably be Python. It's just that good. It's just, there's a lot of irritation and a lot of because it's so loose with its thing that you can really get trapped. Yeah, I'm learning C# because the programmer at work used C#. And I was doing Python programming. And then we were like, hey, we need to use that code in my code base. And that's C#. So either I have to rewrite it or you have to learn C#. And we had a little talk. And I was like, why don't I just code everything in C#? So you can just copy paste it into your, into the crate. So he makes most of the work. I make small little programs or small little additions to his main code. So he's building the house, and I'm putting in, a bed, and I'm putting in a television, I'm putting in a toilet, That's I make all of these kind of things. Yeah, Lamer, that don't work. That don't work. Because the code in C# should also function with the code that he's making. So unless that it knows exactly his massive program code that he has, it makes no sense. So we need to come up with some, how his... C# is open source. Or .NET is open source. C# works on Linux, Windows, Mac OS, FreeBSD, any operating system you can do C#. The only thing that's Windows only are the UI elements to C#. So WinForms, UWP, UF, WinUI 3.0. That only works on... Universal Platform works on all platforms. But the other ones like WinUI 3 and WinForm and UWP, they only work on Windows. But you can get third-party libraries to do UI under Linux and stuff like that. But you can use C#. It's Well, we did it today. On the Ubuntu. We installed .NET. We made a hello world in Linux with .NET. It's really that simple. It's I think since 2019 it's 100% open source C# or .NET. The only thing that's not cross-platform, like I said, is the UI thing. Placer, what's Placer? I heard a lot of people hating Swift. What is Placer? Oh, it's a web framework. Yeah. I probably are going to be needing this. Web apps. Yeah, so right now the programs that they are doing at work are, programs. They're natively programs. The idea, as far as I understand, is that they want to make everything into a web page. So everything is going to be HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Because then he can just code it once, basically make a website, and it can be used on any device whatsoever. So that's kind of what they're slowly trying to do right now, or work on in the future at some point, is to take the program that they are making in-house and make them all into web pages, or make it like web accessible, or what you would call it. It's easy gateway to WebAssembly. Yeah, I will like when that time comes, I will probably mention this for the forum at work. If we should look into this. That's true. C# is really good with Microsoft SQL and databases and stuff like that. Yeah, that's true. And the company that I work for is heavily Microsoft based. Like, they are exclusively Microsoft. They do have Linux NASes running and stuff like that. They don't know it's Linux, but they do have Linux NASes like Synology running. But everything else, it's Windows, it's the Windows ecosystem, and it just makes sense. No, not an Electron app, no. Not an Electron app. You are accessing the software and stuff like that from a web page, from a browser. You're just you're just running a local browser, a local website, in quotes. But it will be done like in Chrome or Edge or something like that. So not like an Electron. It's not going to be a standalone app. You're going to open up a web page and then you're going to do your shit. Yeah, everything would be HTML5 someday. You are so fucking right. Yeah, you are so right. Everything is moving into to becoming web-based. Like, one day when we boot our computer, this is what we're booting into. This would be what we're booting into. This will be our boot screen. A web browser. And then we will have like a virtual desktop. And there's already there are already programs where you have a desktop in the browser. Oh yeah, web development is so fucking easy. But all of them are kind of dead. Like, you can do like emulators in browser. Like, you can emulate Windows, old Windows version on some websites and what have you not. But yeah, just imagine that you're opening up a web page, and instead of the web page, you're seeing what we're seeing here. You know, you're seeing stuff like this here. You're seeing stuff like this here. Like something like this here, just in a full screen, you know. This would be your... I know this is just an emulator, but just imagine this is a full-blown desktop environment. All done in a web browser. So you're just booting up a web browser, and your desktop will be a web browser. And you can do all the same shit we can do right now. This takes forever, by the way, but Windows 95, it's been a long time, my friend. And you can run OS2, I think. You can also play games and what have you not. This takes me back, man. What happens if I go full screen? Holy shit. Oh, the mouse is acting up. Oh god, how do I get out of it? There you go. Yeah, definitely don't do full screen. But yeah, this would be your... this is really janky. Yeah, that familiar crazy shade, yeah. Where the fuck is my mouse? Holy crap. There you go. All PCs, IBM, repository. Oh, that's not what it is. It's basically just emulating it in JavaScript. Yeah. And you can do a lot of crazy shit in a web browser. And I'm actually interested in seeing when they're doing that. But my job part of it, like I do so many fucking shit things at work. Like I don't really have like one disk. Like I'm doing anything from infrastructure to development and research and programming and sometimes I clean also a little bit. I'm doing so many things, but it's all IT related. But one of my jobs is to make all of the small things for that, so the main developer can focus on the big things, you know, the big programs, the massive, the things that takes a lot of time, and I do all of these small projects that then he can take my code and plug it into his program. No, so I make a web scraper, he implemented into his program. I may make a fancy UI thing, he implement that into, like, stuff like that, you know. Make an extra search tool, he will implement that into his program, so he can focus on the back end and the big stuff and stuff like that. That's kind of how we are doing it right now, and I kind of like that. Sketch to learn Switch. You play a puzzle game. Yeah, but I heard a lot of people really bitching about Switch, but I have never tried Switch. I know Object-C a little bit, and Object-C apparently is really bad. Not more easy than at home. My problem is that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. That's my problem. I need to relearn, or not relearn or learn, but I need to learn enough to fix the problem. So it's like driving a car and know nothing about a car, and your engine has an issue, and now you need to learn to fix the engine so you can drive home. That's the thing that kind of frustrates me a little bit, that I don't have any trained programming like, you know, I haven't gone to university for programming and stuff like that. That kinda is irritating because I don't have the basic foundation of programming. So every new programming language for me is like learning a new language from scratch, like learning Japanese, and then I'm going to learn Russian. That's how it's like. Even though a lot of programs are using, you know, variables and functions and stuff like that, I still haven't done it long enough where my brain just say, okay, this is a function, it's just doing it in a little bit different way. A function to me in C# looked like something I've never seen before. I didn't understand anything of it, and I overanalyzed everything. I tend to sit and overanalyze things because I want to know as much as possible instead of just be like, okay, you don't need to know this because you're not going to do this 24/7 and become a full-blown C# developer. You just need to know enough to fix the problem or make a solution. But my brain is going like, I need to know what that does. I need to understand what this does. I need to understand what all of these files in the project does, which basically has no influence on what I'm going to do. So my brain wants to know 1000% of what I'm doing, but I only need to learn like 0.5%. So because of that conflict with what I need versus what I want, I tend to get frustrated that I can't figure it out within 5 minutes. And then I get irritated at myself that I can't figure it out within 5 minutes. And then I'm not giving up, but I start to study in anger. You know, like, why the fuck is this so difficult? And why the fuck am I so stupid I can't figure it out? And, you know, so I'm not focusing on what I actually should be doing and not really seeing what's in front of my own eyes. But it gave me like a couple of, like, I started to learn C# Monday. Monday was when we started to talk about it. And now I have made a web scraper in C#. I just have to tell myself that I need to spend some time on this. I need to watch this video to the end. I need to read everything in this article, where I tend to just look for the bits that I think I need. But because I don't have the background knowledge, the thing I think I need is not enough. So I need to learn to just be patient and say, you know what? It's faster if you just watch all of the video or if you just read all of the text instead of just some of it. And then you have to go back again and read some of it, and then you have to go back again, and then you end up spending more time reading the text and just starting from the top to the bottom. I need to be more better at that, basically patient. Because I spend a lot of time at actually having the right information in front of me. But then be like, yeah, I only need this, and I only need this, and then putting it into, why it's not working when I put it into code? What's going on? Then I look at 5 other fucking web pages, and I need this, why that's not working? Then 2 other web pages. I need this, it's not working. Then I'm going back to the first one. I'm like, okay, calm your titties, go take a pee, wank a little bit. Let's read it from the top, now it all makes sense. And now it's working. I'm not that good at that still. Because I think, apparently, I'm so fucking smart, I only need like 1 or 2 sentences to understand the whole programming language. Yeah, that's how stupid I am. You know, where if I just, you know, sat down and read or watched or learned from top to bottom or read the whole article instead of just part of it, it will actually go faster for me. But it's all about just finding what other people... Because here's the thing. If you want to do something in programming, thousands of other people have already done it. That's kind of where we are right now. Thousands of people have already done it. So all you need to do is find someone that has done something close to what you need to do and read their tutorial or read code from people that are trying to solve the same issue as you. The School of Stack Overflow, exactly, yeah. And then you take that and morph that into your whatever you're going to do. The thing with me is that I become really impatient. And I take one line of code or one person's code, copy paste it in and read it, and I know what it means. but I don't understand what it means. So I can read the code, okay, I know this is a function, or I know what it's doing there and stuff like that, but I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand what's going on in the backend, but I can, like, it's like reading a book. I know what the words are saying and meaning, but I don't understand the context. So it's just like, I know what that word is and what it means and stuff, but I don't understand the context. So for me, it's mostly about learning the context, and with that, I can be a little bit impatient, because then I go into like the imposter syndrome kind of thing, where I feel like, well, I don't understand the base. I don't actually understand any of this. Why the fuck am I doing it? Oh my god, if I don't do it fast enough, I'm going to get fired, and blah blah blah. And oh my god, if you only knew how little I actually understand, I'm going to get fired. And you know, I spend so much time sitting and thinking about that guy over there in the corner knows way more than me, and yeah, it's just I tried ChatGPT and stuff like that, AIs, and they have written but again, it's like I said, what they are giving me is, they're giving me the words and the letters and the sentences. They're not giving me the context. So yes, I can get ChatGPT to do something for me, copy paste it in, put the code in, and that example is working. But then when I have to modify that example to do other things that's not in the example, because I don't understand the context, I change the wrong things. I'm like, but if I just change that, it should do that. Why it's not doing that? And that's because I don't understand the concept, the meaning, but I understand the sentences and the words. And ChatGPT is great if you understand the background knowledge and understanding and meaning of what it's actually producing. And that comes with either training or have done programming in a long time. So I've learned, like, I knew Python before I started this job, but I have learned 1,000 times more about Python doing this job. Just by coding in Python. So now when I look at Python code, because I have a better foundation and understanding of the meaning and meaning of Python, I can use ChatGPT and stuff like that to write code for me. Because I understand the concept, the message that it's, you know, that they're trying to tell me, and not just the words and the sentences, but I understand the concept. Not 1000%, but enough. But if you don't know anything about a programming language or programming, all those AIs are good for is copy paste, and then let's not fuck with it. You know, like, I'm not going to touch this. Then they're good. But when you go and mingle with it, now because you don't understand the concepts, the meaning, you get into trouble, because you fix this thing or alter that thing, but you should be altering something else. I do like, I love my job. It's the only job that I've had where I am dreading the day that I have to call in sick, besides being in the army. It's the only job I have had where I do everything I can to stay, you know, not sick. If that makes sense. Because I would feel so fucking bad calling in sick one day. Even though I know it will come one day, and like, it's so bad I have not even coded in the company number in my phone, in case I should be like, oh my god, I feel a little bit under the weather, I just want a quote-unquote sick day. But it is also a little bit stressful because, like I said, imposter syndrome. I'm doing a job I'm not educated to do. You know, I'm doing work things where we want this thing to be made, or can you do this? Figure it out. And there are plenty of other people out in the world that have training in that could do it faster and better than me. And that's the dilemma that I battle with at work. And that can sometimes be where I just sit for like 5 minutes, be like, I have no fucking idea what's going here. Should I just go up and tell my boss I don't know what I'm doing, and he might as well just fire me? You know, all of this fucking shit is going through my head. And there's no inclination that he wants to do that. He's so happy with me, and he tells me it all the time, and he's amazed about the things that I can do and stuff like that. And I keep telling him, one day you will ask me about something I just can't do. And he's like, yeah, we take it at that point. But until then, just do your best, you know. But I still are just like, ugh, you know. Yeah, of course they wouldn't have hired me if I didn't fit in. But that's just not how the brain works, sadly enough. Because, and this is, if you're going a little bit deeper into it here, it's a society issue. It's because we've been taught from child's, you know, footsteps that you need to go to school to learn this. To do this job, you need to be properly trained. You need to go to the right, you know, places. You need to learn the right things, and then you can do this thing. That's what we have been told our whole lives. Rarely are we being told that you don't need to do that if you can figure it out for yourself. And you can prove that you know the same shit. But what we are being told is that if you do figure it out for yourself, you're not as good as the other people that have taken the right way of doing it. You're not as good as them because they did it the right way. You cheated, basically. You took the shortcut. You know, that's kind of how society looks at. Like, just look at yourself. You know, you go to the mechanic and you have to have your expensive car or expensive computer fixed or something like that. And they're like, yeah, this dude or dudette over here is going to fix your thing. By the way, they are new and have no training in what they are doing. Versus, yeah, this over here is a full-blown veteran, have 5-10 years experience working on stuff on your expensive car, has been trained by these people to work on your car. Which one would you have, you know, the most comfort in? The one with all the credentials, you know. It's a crazed lost. Yeah. The master path. Yeah. You're right, Singer. It was really good that if you had some previous experience, you just basically got a little bit up to date, took a little bit of classes, and then you got your diploma. Yeah. It's really irritating that we don't have that. And that's for someone like me. Like, I was asked to take, like, master teach, I think you would call it. So basically what that was in Denmark is that if you had experience in a field, you could go into, like, a fast track where you only did, because you have experience in the field, you only had to take a few tests to validate that you understood everything. So you took the same tests as everyone else, but you didn't have to start from the beginning. So let's say an education took 4 years. If you do like the master route, you could take it in like 2 years, 2.5 years. Because you didn't have to learn all the basics and, you know, all of the thing that you have to learn when you come directly out from school. Because you already have working experience, you already know the basics and stuff like that. You may take an entry level test to see where your level are, and depending on where your level are, that determines how much you should take before you took the final exam. So that would mean that I could probably take, like, let's say, a IT support, you know, job, or get certified IT supporter, where, let's say, it took 2 years. I could probably just do it in 6 months, take some qualification classes, and then take the test. But yeah, that's sadly not around anymore. I literally got my first real job because of Linux. My boss is Linux lover, and he was like forced yourself to use Linux as a daily driver and teach you anything. So now I'm learning PowerShell and Azure stuff at work because of me using Linux as my day. You're using PowerShell and Azure stuff. That don't make sense. My boss is a Linux lover, and he was like, if you forced yourself to use Linux as a daily driver, we can see. Oh, we can teach you anything. Okay, got you. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's also one of the biggest qualities that people are looking in, like employers are looking into for employees, is can we train this person? I've been to so many job interviews where they were like, or I was like, well, I'm not that qualified for this job. And they are like, we don't give a fuck about that. You have the basic knowledge. How well can we train you? How well are you? Like, how good are you at being trained? Like, if you can show us that you are really, a sponge when it comes to training, we don't give a fuck about that. Because we can just give, you can just shadow a guy or girl for a while, or we can send you on a course, and that's it. They said like it's not an issue. The problem is if you don't want to be trained, if you think you already know it all and stuff like that. That's a lot of issue. That's why a lot of people don't get jobs, because they're not trainable, they're not adaptable. You have to be trainable and adaptable to be in the workforce, and it don't matter if you're 12 years old, chopping fucking coal in a mine, or if you're 99 years old. You need to be trainable and adaptable. Well, not being scared of it, that's being trainable and adaptable. Because if you're scared of new stuff, you're not trainable and adaptable. So it kind of goes with that, to be honest. But a lot of people, they, especially experts and people with certifications, they become an expert and they get a certification, and then it gets outdated, and now they're like, oh my fucking god, I have to go through all of this again. And they don't want to do it because now they are not the top dog anymore. But they forget that because they are the expert and they have all that training, they can do it faster than anyone fucking else. Because a lot of skills is transferable. A lot of them is transferable. DT has a job, it's called YouTube. But fun fact, yeah, I got my job I have right now because of my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel gave me a job. Yeah, he was working in a store before that, yeah. And the way he talks about his the people he worked with, I think they're glad he's not there anymore. Let me put it that way. Peeps. The way he talks about that he treated them, sorry. I think that they are happy he's not there anymore. But it's just, again, what he says and what's actually happening are two, like, we don't know that. We only know what he's saying and the way that he sounds. It could be, we don't really know for sure. But if he is the way he talks about them or talked about them, if that's how he really treated them and he really is as a person, yeah, I think that they are happy that he's not working there anymore. Yeah, but he was like a salesperson in the, like, he did some, I think it was clothes. He either was a department head or a manager for a place that sold, I think it was clothes or something like that. Like, he was basically a salesperson. And here's the thing. I do think that he's a good salesperson because he's good at selling Linux. I don't doubt for a second that he would be a good salesperson. I think he could sell a lot of stuff to a lot of people because he's really good at figuring out gullible people and find them and know what to say to them. So he's probably a really good salesman. When he finds the right people, the gullible people, he's really good at selling stuff to gullible people. And let's be honest, a lot of Linux users are using Linux because they're really gullible, because they're being fed a lot of bullshit that they believe in. Yeah, he's probably a good salesman, but really bad to work with. Exactly, he's a really good bullshit artist, yeah. And you need to be that to be a salesman, so you need to overpromise and then deal with the ramification later. Oh my god, this is an old computer. Oh, good old Doom. Black and white Doom. Siemens. Oh my god. That was laptops back in the day, peeps. That was laptops back in the day. And probably like high-end laptops also. Look at this fucking shit. Like Doom having a massive erection there. Like I'm sure, like I'm sure that he makes. Let me put it another way. I'm sure that he can teach. You know, I'm sure that he can teach skills. You know, teach you some things that he has learned. But most of the shit that he's saying is just propaganda and bullshit and stuff. Like, he's not teaching that much. Yeah, Tinker, have fun, man. I won't be on for a long time either because I'm getting really hungry. I haven't eaten yet today. Normally I get my 1 meal a day between 2 and 4. And it's like 8 p.m. and I have not ate. Well, I got 2 sandwiches. That's a lie. Because I knew I had to stream, I got like 2 sandwiches. But that's like, was midday or something like that. So that's why my stomach is not running out of my stomach right now. My stomach is running out of my stomach. My stomach is not running out of my body right now is the word I was going to say. Or the thing that I was going to convey. They are fun hobby. You know, Windows managers, they are fun to tinker with. You know, it's like, if you are bored, and it is fun to take like a basic ugly desktop environment, a Windows environment, and make it look good. Like, I used to spend hours theming GNOME, XFCE, KDE, and Cinnamon, and make them look all nice, and find the right icon set and the right theme, and I loved that shit because you could see, you know, you got a finished result. But in the end, it don't really fucking matter that much. Because you take a screenshot of it, it looks cool, and then you use it, and then it's not cool anymore. Because you know, it don't really mean anything to you, other than it looks a little bit nice. Yeah, as far as you enjoy it, it's okay, yeah. Oh, these good old massive towers back in the day, man. Holy shit. Like big towers. That was a really big thing for a while. Like having fucking towers that was as tall as a small kid. And just fill it up with shit. That was like like you were a real nerd if you had a tower that went from the ground and up to your waist or something like that. Like you were like, yeah, I'm a big boy. I got the big shit. They were like the thing to have. I remember there was like, look at how fucking tall this shit is. Yeah, that was like I kind of want one also, like a server rack. Yeah, this is the real tower. Yeah, this is like, that's how we did it back in the day, bitches. Like, this is a fucking hard drive. Look how big they are. Like working on this shit was fucking amazingly bad back in the day. IDE cables and interrupters and jumpers and all of that fucking shit that you have to do, like hardware-wise, just to get it to work. Because plug and play was still in infancy level, if not even, it was not even a thing. Not having a car stopped me for getting one for free. But then again, 20-30 years in the future, people say the same about the shit we are using nowadays. Like, why the fuck are you running around with a mobile phone when everything is in, you know, you have like a display on your fucking wrist or something like that, you know, like, why did you run around with those big things in your fucking pants? Looks like you had like a second penis jamming you in the side, when we just looking at our wrist and then we have a whole phone there, something like that. Like, I wish I could look like 100 years in the future. Just jump 100 years in the future, like every week or something like that, just be able to look 100 years in the future, and then 100 years in the future from that, 100 years into the future from that, and see how far we can, you know, this whole thing goes. That's the only thing that makes me want to live forever, is I want to see where all of this tech, how long it... Like, are we going to get Enterprise and warp speed and live on other planets and all that? Like, that's the only thing that makes me want to live forever, to see how far we can advance. No, chip with smart technologies, no, we're not far away from that. And the whole Apple Vision kind of thing is kind of not helping either. It's just like it's a middle ground. And then we're going over, like, contact lenses that can do the same thing as Apple Vision and Google Glasses will probably be the next thing, and then probably we'll getting implants, you know. Yeah, now they look like toys. Yeah, they're so fucking right. Yeah. Anyway, peeps, I'm going to go now. I need some food in me. All of this talking about food has made me really, really fucking hungry. And I can feel that I'm getting a sugar crash soon. Like, I need some sugar in my belly. So yeah, see you all later. Thanks for the test stream. And I will probably be streaming next week also. And then we can do some live reaction and stuff like that. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. See you later.